The word Anioma did not even come. Aniocha, that's the A. Ndokwa, that's the N. Ika, that's the I. Oshimili, that's the O. Then they added Ma to it to make it a word. Those people were not necessarily all Igbos. Of course, even in Aniocha North local government, you have Olukumi people there who are definitely not Igbos and who did not meet Igbo people there. Igbo people met them there. And it's literally in their own words for them. The Igbos call them Odiani. So no, if they feel bad about it, again, you see what I say? People like to change the past instead of moving forward. Therefore, they don't make progress. Just don't try to change. The past is the past. It happened. Just leave it as it is. Make progress. But no. If they're angry, they should be angry. They should go and meet Osadebe in heaven and ask him, why did you do that thing? Why did you come up with the acronym? It's an acronym. And if they're angry, they'll be okay. But good afternoon, everybody. I say with that one because that's what my wife wrote in the comment section. Ẹkáàsán, ẹkọjúmọ́. Good to see everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's Friday. So thank God it's Friday. It's a beautiful day. Ika people know that they are not, that's even their business. See, let me tell you something. You meet Ika people. So here's a problem for these guys. Let's say, for instance, I said I was going to do a session on it. You know what? Maybe it will be our next session. Let me even write it down. So let's say, for instance, you have Yoruba people living in, and we do have Yoruba people in Niger State for more than 100 years. And they now want to talk about ethnicity in Niger State. You now have some Yoruba people saying we are indigenous to Niger State because our parents have been here for so long. That's what's happening with these guys. When you hear Kinikon Igbo, what they are doing is they are using hyphens to claim territory that they are not indigenous to. And Nigerians have to talk about it. When we are done with this closing play, when we are done with Victor Banjo, perhaps we should do something on indigenes, and then at some point we'll have another session on Papa's thoughts. There are many of his books that we can read, many of his speeches that are published, right? But the truth of the matter is that there are Igbo people in Anioma, but Anioma is not Igbo. And anybody who has a problem with that is a thief. I said it. And I said that because I know, I'm not saying it because, I just want to say people are thieves. I'm saying that because there's a pattern and there's a history and there's a way people move. And it's only thieves that move that way. Acknowledge the owners of the land. Some of you have lived there for a very long time. As a matter of fact, some of you have had the opportunity to be quote-unquote elevated to the indigenous status, right? But it doesn't mean that the entire area belongs to you. So let's say, for instance, you go to certain parts of the north and you have Yoruba people who have settled and they've been there for so long and they're now welcomed as one people. And then I, as a Yoruba person, I now shout, oh, that's Yoruba land. Of course it's not Yoruba land. How is it Yoruba land? Because they welcomed us. We have 3-4 generations. I promise we're going to do a session on this after this whole stuff. Welcome, just becoming HRH. Good to see you. We have 3-4 generations of Yoruba people in Jos. In Kano is even more than 4. It's like 5-6. Guess what? Everybody knows who they are. It's only when you come from underdeveloped spaces that you think because you've been somewhere, you tell the owners of the land that you are now owners with them because they think indigeneity has something. It's just about how long you've been somewhere. Again, it's because the culture is not developed. Respectfully. All right, let's do some house cleaning. 1 second. If you are here on TikTok, please let's power tap, let's share the live. I'm going to have to do the same right about now so that we can get started on a very strong footing. Yeah, so let's do it together. Me too, I want to do it. Empty barrel. Àgbá ò fìfo. Ndùn ròfò. Math tuition. Good afternoon. Good to see you. Please let's start up on TikTok. If on YouTube, thanks for joining us today. It's good to have you here. Please let's like the live and let's share the live as well. I'm trying to do the same, so just give me a second. Hello, Panda Lover. That's an interesting name. Harry, thank you for coming. I'm just saying hello to folks on YouTube. Those of us, TikTok is what music did you load to play today? Music of about 30-40 minutes. There are many songs. It's not one song, it's about 30 minutes of just enjoying music. Lovely songs, by the way. If you want KSA, come early. Just be coming. Come early, then you can make requests. You always come after we are done. So one second. I just want to get this thing over with, and then we can get into the conversation. What's in Romeo? This share itself, in our work on his own. Oh, it's okay. Just becoming, it's fine. I get it. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon once again. Good to be here. It's Friday, the 27th day of June, 2025. We are going to have a lovely session today. So like always, we're going to begin with news. If you're wherever you are listening, whether it's Facebook or YouTube, please like the live, share the live, and let's stay on the FYP. Meanwhile, there's something. Let me see. 1 second. Get something where TikTok sent to me yesterday. But let's use it. All right. So I want to start with an interview that was conducted during the electioneering campaigns of the last election. So this is from the president himself. He was a guest of the NESG, that's National Economic Summit, and they asked some questions. And I'm playing this because it's tied to what we're seeing now with the tax reform, just to also buttress what I said yesterday about leadership and vision and that those who look for leaders with vision, sometimes, in fact, somehow, they don't even recognize it when they do have one. They're still looking for what's lost, because what they're looking for is not visionary. What they're looking for is jingoism, is ethnic, is the elevation of someone from their own clan. All right. So since we know that we have a visionary in President Tinubu, I'm going to play something he said, and he was, of course, invited to this platform to discuss the economy while, of course, he was campaigning. By the way, Obi was also invited, and he didn't say much that requires me playing. So let's play this one from President Tinubu. Please take a listen.
I don't know how old you are when we started PIA. Look at how many years it took us to conclude on it. No, you don't accept that. That is not growing a nation. Look at the bottleneck on the PIA itself. The one that we have right now. Untie the bottleneck. Make accelerated action. You have proposals you submit today, you must have a timeline for the approval of that project. If I know as an investor that I'm giving you this proposal and expected a return within the next 3-4 weeks, and I get it, it's calendarized, I will bring my money. The more money you have, the more comfortable you become. And you can promote those ideas. There is bureaucratic bottleneck in the establishment. I'm not given to it. I've never worked for government before. I guide the government. I was the governor of Lagos State. That's my first public life government. Deloitte and training, good university education, Deloitte training, ExxonMobil, Auditor General, ExxonMobil, Treasurer.
All right, just give us an idea of the kind of mind that we have as president in Nigeria. And I say that to say that while I always say that I'm not an APC person, I absolutely support President Tinubu, and I do it because of the way he's handling Nigeria's issues. He's not going everywhere crying all over the place. He's actually dealing with it as it should be dealt with, discussing it from a structural perspective. So it's something that warms my heart, and I support him wholeheartedly. And I want people to support him, apparently, for the primary reason that he's on a very fantastic trajectory, and if he keeps going at this pace, we're going to have a better nation in no time. So, yeah, I wanted to put that out there. Moving on, something interesting happened. I saw the video yesterday, but I didn't play it. But I'm going to, play the video and then also play the response that certain people posted. So, a lady had said something about the king of Owo, and the people of Owo also responded. So I'm just going to play something from that, and then we'll go to other serious matters. Then we'll also take some soft stuff, then we'll go back and forth. All right. So here's the lady in question, and here's a show of shame. So please take a listen to this.
I've always known you to love your people to pieces, these younger people. But look at what they've done to you. They didn't blink an eye in rubbishing you, rubbishing your memory, rubbishing your legacy.
By the way, this is happening in the mausoleum for Akeredolu, and that's his wife that I called the lady just showing herself off.
Single-handedly, this is a known fact. It's no longer a secret. You single-handedly installed that baby Oba. And Lucky the Nebula ordered for demolition of a monument in remembrance of those victims massacred. The entire nation was shocked. And the least you could do was to erect that monument. Nobody, no corpse was buried in that place. It was symbolic. All these people, they travel abroad. They see what happens in other climes. Why do we do things differently? To score political point or to settle score?
All right, so that's Betty Akeredolu. And what happened was that a few days ago, the governor, that's Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa, talked about removing the monuments in front of the palace. I don't know why, of course, whatever the reason. But then you have this person going to her husband's grave to complain, and then in everything she said, she called the Olowo of Owo a baby Oba. She's Igbo, so there's no surprises there. But to call the Olowo, I mean, this is not the first time. That's why I said it's a show of shame, and it's a regular. She's a regular customer in wherever they sell that. But calling a king a baby Oba, so those ones now responded. I can't show you the video, but I'm going to play, at least you can hear part of what they're saying. It's quite long, but just a little bit of it. Please listen.
To be calling him a baby Oba. I told you it is erroneously bad, it is heinous, it is barbaric, it is outdated, it is rejected, it is denounced, it is accused, excommunicated, degrading, humiliating, and outrightly unspeakable. That is why they said they wanted to continue to be causing all those who are causing problems, in our kingdom here, all those who wanted to perpetrate evil in our kingdom here, they wanted to cause them. If you are a man, they curse you. If you are a woman, they curse you. If you are young, they curse you. If you are old, they curse you. They have been perpetrating evil since the advent of that thing here. You will see a lot of cultism going around. All our youths are no longer responsible, purposely because of all these ugly issues. Said they wanted to go purely traditionalistic. They said what the woman said is erroneously bad. That is why they said all those who are trying to foment problem, to foment trouble in our kingdom, they wanted to cause them. All those who are planning to cause absolute iglidi in our kingdom, those who wanted to cause what we call absolute topsy-turvy in our kingdom, they wanted to cause them. Anybody that will not allow our to be peaceful, they wanted to cause them. You will see that all of them.
I mean, what's happening? They're cursing people and using traditional stuff. And of course, I don't like people being cursed. However, I think it's important that people speak up and condemn uncultured people who go around just blackmailing themselves and just, essentially just talking saying all kinds of things about Yoruba land and about Yoruba kings. You can't call a king baby Oba and expect anyone to respect you. It's the height of stupidity to actually do some things. And I hope that folks from certain parts of Nigeria understand why they are treated the way they are treated. You guys don't understand what it means to respect people's traditions and culture. It's amazing. All right, moving away from that because I think we spent enough time talking about that. After a meeting with President Tinubu, Nyesom Wike, the FCT minister, and Siminalayi Fubara, the governor of Rivers State, have resolved their differences. I don't have any proof of what I'm about to read, but I've seen it in a number of walls, people's timelines working for the presidency. So I don't know if it's true, but I'm just going to put it out there. So according to them, there's not going to be extension of state of emergency. So after the initial 6 months, that'll be all over. And then, all right, please send it. Thank you. And then, according to them again, Sim Fubara will be a one-term governor. There will be an LGA election by October. All other appointees like Chief of Staff, SSG, all of them are completely out. There will be no LGA chairman for him, and if he defaults, there will be impeachment. And according to them, this was signed, and again, I don't have details, but I've seen it in a number of timelines belonging to some of this presidency people, but they also don't say it in the capacity as whatever it is they're doing. But yeah, I'm trying to put that out there. So it's one of the things happening, and I hope, of course, that it helps the people of River State. However, let me say this: don't follow clowns on social media to insult your benefactors. Once it happens, they'll just be there, just be shouting, "Hey, why are you not fighting? Why are you not doing something?" It's a lie. It's a lie. And like they say, agreement is agreement. If you don't like a person, you think he's not good enough, you think he's a terrible person, maybe you should not ride on his coattails. Just let him be. And then that way all of us will be happy, rather than use a person's stuff and then you now be crying about it. All right. Okay, because that would not be fair. So I'm going to play you a video. It's about 28 seconds on the meeting between the president and Fubara. I think you'll be able to hear it. I'll be telling you what you should see because I don't want to lift up devices. So 1 second. If you hear, I'm going to see and what's happening is that the president is shaking hands with them. They are all talking. Himself and Wiki are working together, strolling. So it looks like that problem is solved. Happy for them. Moving on, there is something from a man called Mr. Bonaventure Mokwe. I saw this yesterday. I saw a tweet, but I couldn't confirm the news because the link where they put there, the link no work. But here's a video interview, and it's a man, Mr. Bonaventure Mokwe, talking about his ordeal, the hands of Peter Obi. So please take a listen to this.
Share your experience with us on your encounter with operatives of the defunct SARS and what led to that encounter. Exactly. What actually happened, that was August 1st, 2013. Incidentally, the then state government, Anambra State government, they contracted, or they considered Usokwodo back to the Onitsha natives. Meanwhile, Mokwe Park belongs to me. That's next to that Usokwodo. Incidentally, some of those transporters that were loading there were complaining that the money was too much. They moved to my own property. Then the Onitsha youths, led by Patrick Ayamba, who is now Onitsha North local government chairman, they attacked the place. Then I attacked your own park. They attacked my own park. Then I defended my park in equal proportion. I have to be honest with you. What I mean by equal proportion is muscle for muscle. You understand? And after that, it was considered an affront. An affront in the sense that I challenged the power that be. From there, 2 weeks after that, a lodger who happens to be later discovered to be an Onitsha native, lodged in my hotel and planted two rotten skulls with 2 rusted guns all in one bag in room 107. He lodged on that night, the day before August 1st. Before 7:30, SARS has surrendered my building. SARS up to 100 crowd all over the place. I was at the hotel. My manager, who is now a PhD philosophy, was running the hotel and sustaining his education program at the time. So they surrendered the hotel. I was there because I have a hotel in Lagos. So I came, as a matter of fact, a week before that incident. I came back to the East. So before you know it, they come up. When they came up, they said they want to search the hotel. I said, no problem, because I didn't know what was happening. But before we now started the search, there was one search officer who was particular on room 102. Room 102 is where those exhibits were planted. So we started, it's a 3-story building. We started from the top down till we got to the room 102. When we got to room 102, my manager said the lodger is not around, that we have a hotel manifest. Now, under the rule, as a hotelier, you must submit your manifest before 6:30 to HCIB, the police department, so that if there's anybody they are looking for, they can now know it's lodged in a particular hotel. So we have done that, and we have a copy. So now my manager brought a copy of the manifest to show them, but they were not interested in the manifest. They broke down the door. When they broke down the door, the first thing we saw were waterproof, that polyethylene bags, black one with a suitcase on top of the bed, meaning that the person that stayed there didn't sleep there. Everything else was on the bed. So the police went to they went to the wardrobe and pulled out a sacco bag. Inside that sacco bag is 2 rotten skulls with 2 rusted AK-47 guns. I was handcuffed. My manager the same. My staffs, every single one in the hotel was taken to Okozo SARS. Before then, the then state governor, Peter Obi, we were arrested between, because time, I have a plus or minus 15 or 20 minutes. Arrested between 7:30, Peter Obi arrived at the hotel around that kind, 8:39 or something, and ordered the immediate demolition of the hotel. Without investigation, without asking me what happened, without anything. So they commenced demolition the same day. Now, there's one funny thing about this incident. The funny thing is that Old Market Road, Onitsha, is like Marine Street, Lagos. That is where Onitsha started. So there's no way a caterpillar that will haul down a 3-story building will get to that place by that time because of traffic. So it must mean that this whole thing was understood to be how it's going to happen. And additionally, payment for the demolition of my hotel was made 2 days before the actual arrest and subsequent demolition of the hotel.
How do you have that information?
I have information because, one, is that he really is a friend of mine in a way, and a very close friend.
He being? The
person that demolished my hotel.
You're talking of former governor?
No, I'm not. Governor is not. Governor gave the order. I'm talking about the person, the person that was giving the contract. Okay. He is a friend and a friend of the governor. Okay. But by virtue of how my wife was called, it doesn't want to be drawn into, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but my staff, all those, because I have other properties there. So my staff saw him, I'm aware, but I rather not mention his name because my wife begged me not to. He doesn't want to be drawn into the mess. But let me just take it from this way. There's just no way a low-bed tractor will transport a caterpillar in Old Market Road. You start from, you have to be in Onitsha. Anybody that is from Onitsha knows what I'm saying. You cannot do that. The only time you can get to that place will be around that kind 3 or 4 by virtue of hold up. It's not. It's 3
or 4 hours.
No, not the only way that caterpillar can get to that place where that hotel is located at the extreme end of the Old Market Road. So the only way it would be feasible for that demolition to commence at the time it did was those things has to be priorly set in to cut down on the traffic time. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm trying to say.
Chief, let's look at even what led, to...
All right, so I think that's enough to get the idea of what really happened. I think this came out because Peter Obi is everywhere saying that people are destroying his brother's place and Nigeria is a lawless country. Meanwhile, it's actually his brother that's lawless because the place they're talking about doesn't even belong to them. I mean, we read the court document yesterday, and the CFO that was granted the owner of the property. So again, those who live in glass houses should not throw stones, especially when the owner was going to say, "You let not raw money." Okay, moving away from that. 1 second. All right, so somebody posted something on Twitter, and like I always say, some of these things may sound petty, but let's be petty. Somebody posted something on Twitter with buildings, old buildings, and then a new estate, and then it says, as a foreigner or a Nigerian living outside Lagos, here's what you need to know when visiting. The first image, that's the old buildings, shows areas where Yorubas are dominant, while the second image shows Igbo dominant areas. Yorubas often present Igbo areas as the face of Lagos. Don't be fooled. Now, the crazy part is that the new buildings that the estate is showed is actually owned by a Yoruba real estate company. But the point is, all over this place, you see a lot of Igbo people saying things like, "Oh, you are doing well. You are doing well." I just want to. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear this. There's a video that I'd like to play. Sorry, not here. If you'll be able to get the idea from the video alone. So, Wombo.
Ballymena, Northern Ireland. Following allegations that migrants sexually assaulted.
This is happening in Northern Ireland. So please just take a listen to this, and if you're able, please learn.
For a second night in Ballymena, Northern Ireland. Violence erupted for a second night in Ballymena, Northern Ireland, following allegations that migrants sexually assaulted local girls. What began as a protest quickly escalated into what police are calling racially motivated disorder. Rioters set homes and cars on fire, targeting properties believed to belong to migrants. Some residents have reportedly begun marking their doors to show their nationality in an effort to avoid being attacked. Police responded with riot gear, water cannons and plastic baton rounds after coming under attack from Molotov cocktails and metal poles. Authorities are urging the public to avoid the area as tensions continue to rise and calls for similar protests spread to other towns.
Alright, so they're burning migrant houses down in Northern Ireland. You see, last year, a person, I don't know, maybe it's a young man or woman, because I don't know the person's gender, put out a tweet asking Igbo people to leave Lagos. Ohaneze Ndigbo had to meet Governor Sanwo-Olu to discuss just a tweet about Igbo people being asked to leave Lagos. Do I agree with the tweet? Of course I don't. I don't think that's how. But guess what? Me and people like me will be in the minority when the chickens come home to roost. So that thing, if you are Igbo, talk to your people, because this thing is going outside social media. And when it happens, I don't think you want to. I don't even think we want to have that thing happen. I do this almost every day. I'm just warning, because when it happens, we'll be here. I was going to say, if it happens, then I discovered that I don't think people learn, but it's important to keep saying it. This thing where you just move everywhere and incite people and provoke people, it's a cultural thing. You've been doing it for years. There's a record from the 1930s. So I hope people learn. Let it happen, Mr. Nomad. Zanzibar, I'm not the nomad. It's you and your father that are nomads now. Have you forgotten that your father was born outside your town, your grandfather was not born in your hometown, you were not born in your hometown, you are the nomads. That's the funny thing. You guys tend to always project your entire lineage. You are nomads. You have no base. Your father wasn't born at home, your mother wasn't born at home, your grandparents were not born at home. Nobody in your family was born in your home. Let's move on from that. The federal government has assured the public that Nigerians living in Iran remain safe despite recent security concerns in the region. This reassurance came through the Nigerian Diaspora Commission and the Nigerian Embassy in Tehran. A few things that will get people to come up and they will have some conversations. The EFCC in Ibadan zone has arrested 34 suspected internet fraudsters in Ado-Ekiti, Ekiti State. This is sad. Young men, all these cars they're always carrying all over the place. They should relax. So, a 33-year-old Nigerian man, Edikan Adiakman, has been arrested in the United States over his alleged role in a large-scale business email compromise and money laundering scheme. The scheme allegedly defrauded organizations across 8 states, including a California-based medical research group focused on developing treatments for U.S. military veterans. I want to talk about the one that's Yoruba. Leave the other one alone. You have heard the name. You will know exactly where they are from. All right, let's go on. Army declares 3-day mourning for 17 soldiers killed in Niger State. Okay. Students of the Polytechnic Ibadan, Oyo State, alongside alumni bodies on Friday, rejected the renaming of the institution by the state governor, Seyi Makinde, after the late former governor, Omololu Olunloyo. A few more things. So yesterday there was a conference in Abuja, and Dangote said Africa champions should understand that we are the only people who would make Africa great, and nobody would do that for us. Some of the things I mentioned earlier, I'll still talk about them all, but I just want to move away because that clown that came that time, if I continue on that trajectory, so let's play something from Arise News. This is what their brilliant ideas are about the reconciliation between Wike and Fubara. You know, we are very wise people in that place. So please, let's take a listen to their analysis.
As regards Fubara and Wike, the truth is, they will always settle their fights. In the first place, the fight was about the resource of the states. Now, they've been able to untwist Fubara. It just shows that Fubara couldn't fight the hegemony, so he went on a wild goose chase. The same agreements that probably Fubara didn't want to agree before, maybe is what they agreed now. I don't have the empirical facts. I don't like to talk in the blind, but in the dark. But probably it's that same agreement. It will not be more than, yielding to your boss and all of that. You can see I think that's Amawule, the Speaker of the House, and the factions at which they fought. So all of them are singing Kumbaya today, and it's all over. For good measure, the question we ask Fubara is that, will you just now go ahead to join APC so that we just know that you have potted fully? Or, because I don't know or you still want to do this amorphous relationship that your boss, Wike, does. That is one leg in, one leg out. In the end, this was not about the Rivers people. So the delusion that they are trying to put forward and say, oh, this is about peace, it was not about the Rivers people. It's about both of them having an innate agreement. Things went south, and then Wike flexed his muscle. Obviously, in this, he came out winners because he had more might, and he has been able to set Fubara straight. And they are on the line on the part of this, their own private agreement. All of this, see, don't deceive yourself. Politicians, when they fight, it's never about you, the people. Forget it. Your prospect.
If you know it was never about the people, why did you guys keep talking as though it was about the people while the whole thing lasted? Nobody said it was about the people. Of course, it was about the agreement. It was about riding on somebody's coattails to get into office and then ditching that person. That's what this was. It was never about the people. What are we talking about here? Nobody said it was about the people. It is folks who are very naive and who think that, you know, they just go into politics with Peter Obi. They are the ones who are just shouting, hey, you know, it's for the people who seem Fubara should do something. In reality, we're marrying on here. But you see, it's about the people in another way. You know why? When two elephants fight, now the grass will suffer. People will bear the brunt. So I am happy. Okay, if you really don't want to work with a devil, don't. If you think he's a demon, he's a terrible person, then don't use his platform. Don't take his money. Don't ride on his coattails and turn around and say, I want to work for the people. Especially if he's not a weak person, he will fight back. It's just common sense. But again, people just talk as though politics doesn't really matter, but it does. All right, a few more things before we bring people up. The Jigawa State government has declared Friday, June 27, 2025, a work-free day to mark the beginning of the Islamic New Year 1447. I don't understand the reason for this New Year day that they are declaring today. My kids asked me that question yesterday. I just found a way to go around it, telling them it's Arabic, but it's Islamic, but there's no Christian New Year. The entire world uses the Gregorian calendar. And unless you are talking about a cultural New Year, like the Chinese one, there's no reason to be having... We have too many holidays in Nigeria. Too many. Too many. If it's not cultural, why? I mean, we have one for Jesus, for Muhammad. When I was growing up, we used to have Idel Fitri. Then we had, is it Idel Fitri, Idel Kabir? How do they call that one? Is it Kabir? That's Leia. And then there is Itunawe. Then one day somebody just came and said, oh, we have to be doing birthday for Muhammad. And then after that one, they now said, no, there's actually another New Year. See, the point is this. If you subscribe to that religion, you can do it. For instance, you know how they do many Mother's Day in Nigeria, which of course, most of it doesn't really make sense. There's International Women's Day. There is Mother's Day. There's Mothering Sunday, but in Nigeria, they still make it Mother's Day, which is, again, very stupid, because Mothering Sunday has nothing to do with women. It's actually about the mother church. But you see now, the funny thing is that some of those Mother's Day, one is Catholic, one is Anglican. One is about the church, not the woman. One is secular. But all of those things we celebrate. The good thing is that we don't have public holidays for each of these things. You just do it in church, and if you want to do 20 Mother's Day, that's okay. But it's inside church. Not that you'll be declaring public holiday every single time a religion has something to do. Like, it doesn't make sense. And I don't think we understand productivity in Nigeria. Like, do you know how many holidays? There was May 1, there was May 27, June, there is June 12. Now they're going to add another one. Then, people will not go to work. If you work for Misha, you already know that public holiday is not going to work, because it doesn't make sense. Just be having days of not going to work in the name of I subscribe to one religion. I mean, there are something that you want to, for instance, Ileya. That's it. I don't know what they call that in Arabic, but I know which is a Kabir. Then I know that it's Fitri. That's the one for Itunawe, Ramadan, which makes sense, you know, because it's a special. But it's not like every single thing you celebrate in a religion must become a national holiday or a state holiday. Like, we are wasting man hours. But that's just me. Anyway, good news from Abba. A keke rider returns 4 million naira that was forgotten by a businesswoman in her keke. I'm going to play. See, this is a mistake that you guys are making, because there's Christian, there must be Ifa Day. There's no Ifa Day. There's a day that we celebrate something for traditional worshippers. It's in August. We already have it. Yorubas don't have one religion. We have several. If you have Ifa Day, you have Oshun Day, then you have Oya Day, then you have Ogun Day, then Shango Day. How many days are you going to have left in a year to work? It is well. There can't be an Ifa Day. It's a public holiday. there's a public holiday that Yoruba people have in August in Yoruba land. We already have one. It's not, instead of us to be reducing, you guys want to say, I do Oya within the day, I do Oshun within the day, I do Shango within the day. Before you know it, more could they stay at home, they do religious holiday every day, say we don't, but there's one for traditional religious worshippers, it's unless in Abalaye, that one is, Shango they can be cultural, but it won't be a day of, no. People that want to do Shango stuff, that would be Oyo. And you see, Yoruba people also have to understand, some of these deities are not national. Some of the Yoruba deities that we're talking about, they are not national. You're not going to go to Ogun State, for instance. Let's say you can't go to Abeokuta and go and declare Oshun Day. We talk as if all these deities are just all over the place. Some deities are actually local within Yoruba space. It is not every deity in Yoruba land that is universal. But you know what? That's not today's conversation. You think you go to Ife and celebrate Shango? Shango will be subservient to Oramfe. So Shango is an Oyo. Like, these things are actually more complicated than, oh, we want another public holiday. In what state? Is it in Oyo State or in Osun State or in Ogun State? Some of these things are more complex. That's why I always laugh when some people say, oh, you know, we have a religion and it is Kiniko in Yoruba. I'm like, okay. But that's not today's topic. Let's move on to the good news I mentioned. I want to play, you know, a short video, but it's good. This happened in Aba, and I'm really happy. This guy is a keke rider and is returning 4 million naira. All right. We need to re-educate our people. No, it's not me that re-educate. When you say our people, maybe young ones, not these people that just got into religion yesterday that go everywhere insulting all of us. Let them continue in their folly. So that's actually quite good. I'm happy that we have someone like that in Aba. Fact of the matter, nobody wants to know about your dad though, because you're talking about your dad in the comment section. You do this every day. So let me mute you so I don't disgrace him. So whenever I want to talk about your dad, we'll bring you up. But for now, we're talking about people that have sense, and your dad doesn't count. Where were we? Something from the chairman of, used to be FIRS, it's now NRS, Zach Adedeji. I think it's something that you should listen to. I watched the exchange yesterday. It was really good, and I thought I should share it with us today. So please take a listen to this.
There be federal land revenue before 2 hours. Today, by special grace of God, through the assent of Mr. President, we are now Nigeria Revenue Service, which is expanded scope to also focus on non-tax collection, increase efficiency, and actually merge as a source, as the implementer of all other major tax that we have. For the basic benefits and questions and the real contents of this law, I will yield shortly now to Mr. Taiwo to give you the rundown of what you are about to see and our implementation schedule, the timing and the way we want to do it, just to have something for the press. And after that, I think our people, supervisor here, will now tell us what they expect from us and going forward what we should do. So once again, I thank you. Thank Mr. President. So Mr. Taiwo.
Somebody said, let us allow dissenting voice. A clown comes here insulting people. Is that dissenting? We don't allow mad people here. You know, some people take their advice from mad people. They can go and meet those people who need their advice. They're not allowed here. You don't have to agree with me, but you have to have some sense to be able to come up. Not a person who was not properly raised by his father coming here to talk like a fool. So no, this is not We don't do that here. Thank you very much. All right, so I think this is going to start next year, January 1st, will be when the tax law will be in effect. So we're looking forward to that. There's something I wanted to read. It's about what the federal government, the president refused to sign the bill, the NDLEA bill, and I want to just read it out. Just give me a second. Yesterday, I think, was it yesterday or 2 days ago, we had Kenneth Nwa something. I'm sorry if you're here. I don't remember your surname, but he's evil. And it was good. I mean, we didn't even agree on anything, but it was here. But not somebody that's, just released from Arrow. Just come and insult people. No, we don't do that here. President Bola Tinubu has declined to sign the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency Amendment Bill 2025, recently passed by the National Assembly. In a letter addressed to the Senate and read during plenary on Wednesday by Senate President Godswill Akpabio, President Tinubu cited constitutional grounds for his decision, referencing Section 58, subsection 4 of the 1999 Constitution. The President explained that the primary reason for withholding assent is that the bill proposes granting the NDLEA the power to retain portion of the proceeds. To retain portion of the proceeds from drug-related crimes, a departure from the current legal framework. He clarified that under existing law, all proceeds from crime must be deposited into the confiscated and forfeited properties account. He added that any disbursement to relevant agencies involved in recoveries must be made by the President and only with the approval of the Federal Executive Council and the National Assembly. So I'm glad that he didn't sign this. They're not supposed to be keeping any money from the proceeds of the crime. Everything should be deposited into confiscated and forfeited properties account. So that's good. A few more things and then we'll bring people up. Peter Obi's brother heads to court over demolition of Lagos property. He says property was purchased in 2011 and had governor's consent, which was obtained in 2013. That's what we said they should do. They should go to court. But of course, we also have the other document from the lady who. So good luck to him. 2 or 3 more news items I'll bring people up. Drama as prosecution tags EFCC's case against Yaya Bello as political case. This country is just something else. There was a mild drama at the Federal High Court in Abuja on Thursday as Kemi Pinheiro, SAN, counsel to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, described the charge preferred against former Governor Yaya Bello as a political case. Pinheiro stated this while arguments were being raised before Justice Emeka Nwite on whether the defense lawyer Joseph Daudu, SAN, could cross-examine the 4th prosecution witness shortly after the conclusion of evidence in chief or wait till Friday. I think it's weird. By the way, let me say what Justice Nwite responded with. She said, political, if that is the case, then those handling political cases should prepare to take over the matter, Justice Nwite said jokingly. I mean, she's a lawyer. Lawyers say all kinds of things they want to say, but in reality, we all know that there's no way you're going to say that this case is political. If the guy stole money, should return it. Yeah, I'll go bring people up now. I think there's one more thing I want to read. Let's see. Please, if you sent requests, JFAD, I've brought you up. Please mute today, please. Thank you for your cooperation. Mute, please. Thank you. President Bola Tinubu has appointed Grace Henry as the first female chairman of the National Council of the Nigerian Legion. Nigerians earning less than 250,000 monthly will be exempt from income tax under new laws. That's from Taiwo Daly, chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. The Gombe state government has approved a sum of 21.2 billion naira for the construction of the long-anticipated 8.5 kilometers northern bypass road aimed at decongesting traffic, enhancing interconnectivity, and unlocking economic opportunities across the state. All right, I think we're good for now. If we have more time, if we have a little more time, I'm going to read a few more things. But for now, let's just hear what the gentleman who came up has to say. Hello, Jfad. Hello, Jfad.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me.
Thank you.
All right. Every day when I listen to you, I really appreciate you because what I hear from you awakens me, and it makes me become alive to a lot of things I'm not aware of, or I'm ignorant to. Number one, I would like to, if you can, give me your insight on this consistent, unappreciative talks from a set of people. I mean the Southeasterners especially. Is it yesterday or the first yesterday I saw a post on X whereby a lady posted a picture of a place that looked like a slum, and beside it she posted another picture of a place that looked more developed, and said foreigners, like from that's by foreigners she mean Igbos. Anytime people see this picture, the one that is a slum is for the Yorubas in Lagos. That is where they are. Anywhere you see clean places, it belongs to the Igbos. Such kind of post it's very, very bad, and it makes the indigenes feel bad. And most times this will bring animosity towards the Igbos. So I don't know. I would love to hear your insight on how the people living within these communities can deal with this kind of people who throw this kind of tantrums to them. You understand? This is very, very wrong, and it's not just one. You always see posts like this on X. Most of them say Lagos is smelling, this place is smelling. Just because a place allows you to stay, and you use tribalism to try to denigrate the place to make the people feel bad. So I don't know where this is coming from, but I feel we would like to know how you feel the people, let me say Lagosians now, can deal with this kind of this kind of people. Secondly,
my brother, let me just finish this. Let me speak to that first. Number one, the Gaussians do not need me to advise them on what to do. They are just not ready to do it yet. They know exactly what to do. They know when they will do it. They know how they will do it. Every single detail they understand. They are just waiting for the cup to be full. And the day, hold on. The day that cup gets full, everybody will see it. Everybody will know it. And let me tell you something, it will be broadcast. It will be televised. They will televise it. So, no, I don't have anything to tell Yoruba people what they should do to ingrates and stupid people. When it's time, you will see it. And no, they should not stop, but they should continue. But when the time is up, right? You will know. Yeah. So that's the answer to that question.
Okay. Now, there's something I wanted you to also give me an insight on. Now Lagos, a lot of non-indigenous, especially these Igbos, claim to be owners of Lagos, and the reason for this claim is because they must have bought a large. Probably they must have bought a large.
That's not the reason. That's not the reason. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. That's not the reason. Nobody says they own Lagos because they bought a large expanse of land. Don't repeat the rhetoric. Before many of them bought a plot, they've been saying this since 1947. Before they bought anything, in 1950, the representatives had a conversation and they said that Lagos is considered to be a no man's land. I can read it out to you, by the way. You know what? I think I will. Once I'm done, I'll read it. It has nothing to do with buying land. And by the way, Yoruba people buy lands everywhere. How many of them have bought as much land? How many of them has as much land as Chaguri? Or as much land as Dangote? Or as much land as Okoya?
All right, the reason I'm saying this is because I had there's one interview that I watched online whereby the interviewee was talking about how
Sorry, there's a lot of noise in the background, please. Can you maybe be still,
I've
please? Yes.
All right.
Okay.
He was talking about how Surulere around Festa, how it was, let me say.
Festac is not close to Surulere. Are you talking about Festac or Surulere?
I don't know demographic of Lagos much, but
you have to know because the things you are saying Surulere, what happened with Surulere?
Okay, let me tell you what.
Surulere's development has nothing to do with Festac.
Okay, I think it's Festac. So he said that Festac has been that the reason why we had a lot of Igbos in Festac is because a lot of civil servants who Obasanjo gave lands to. That is, he gave houses to them at subsidized rates. I think they paid from their salaries also. I think like 3.4 or within 3 or 4 million thereabout. So most of these Igbo people came to them and then offered them way more. For example, now a house worth, let me say 3 million, they will now offer them 20, 50 million. They will now sell it. Now that is the reason you have a lot of Igbos there. So because civil servants were selling most of their houses.
So what's the point you're trying to make?
The point I'm trying to make is this. Now, is there a way whereby I know in Nigeria, anybody can go to anywhere to buy a land? You understand? But is there a way whereby a law or a policy can be put in place whereby any land that is bought by a non-indigene will have a particular time whereby the person can own that land? Probably, let me say 50 years,
there's a law like that already
100
now.
years.
There's already a law like that now since 1970. Hold on, please. This is your question. I don't get it. I don't understand. There is a law. There's Land Use Act of 1978. The law exists. Your C of O only guarantees 99 years of occupancy. Nobody gets certificate of ownership in Nigeria. You get certificate of occupancy. A majority of the people that are even shouting, I can assure you, they don't have C of O. They don't have C of O. But even those who have C of O, it expires after 99 years. So no, there's no, all this thing you're saying is not, that's why I'm always saying that whatever it is that we are seeing as problem now, we're not the first set of people to see that problem. Things have been done. So if we're looking for any other thing to be done, it's what has not been done already. So there is a law like that already. And so let me also say something about this whole first act thing. Listen, it's not a big deal. I don't care whether they bought the land 1 billion or 10 billion from Yoruba people that bought the land. Agege is full of Hausa people. So I have to mute you. There's a lot of noise in the background. Agege is full of Hausa people. It's a normal thing you find all across the world. If you go to some cities, for instance, in the US, you see Chinatown, you see Koreatown. People tend to want to be with folks like them, right? Maybe because it's more convenient. They're able to have home, even though they are away from home. Hausas do it. A lot of groups do it. It's just that you have a group of people who did not develop before they left home. So moving to the... Jeez, man. J5, please say what you want to say in 1 minute and I can take you down. I don't like the way you always on mute. I don't like it.
Sorry. I apologize. Sorry.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying. Please mute. Let me finish. Please mute. Thank you. You will speak after. Let me finish what I'm saying. The point is that when people move from their place to another place and they occupy a place and you have a lot of people in a particular area, normally it shouldn't be a problem. It should not be a problem. The reason it's a problem is because you are dealing with a group who are not culturally aware and who don't have social intelligence. That's the problem. So, and you cannot say, we're going to take the land back because you are Igbo. No, there is law. We are not lawless like Peter Obi is saying. We are lawful people. Okay, and We also have to be careful of not crossing the line into the extremes and saying things like, oh, everybody that is here. What you can say is that going forward, people should lease more than they sell. And the truth of the matter is that these ones are just going to use their own nonsense to affect other people who are sane, because they're, and I keep saying it, all this, we've bought your land, is just mouth. If Igbos have bought all the land in Lagos, how come they're the ones complaining that people are not renting houses to them? There's no land. There is no land that Igbos bought, they bought everywhere. It's not true. Do they have properties in Lagos? Of course they do. But do they own the most? Of course they don't. Their third generation are also in Agege. You don't hear all this noise. If you put everything they have together in Lagos, it don't reach Eco Atlantic. It don't even reach VI, and Eco Atlantic is like 2 times the size of VI. Put everything they have together. Will they enter into the refinery that Dangote built? Don't buy into this rhetoric. It's the only thing certain people have is propaganda. Just a way of making yourself happy and massaging your own ego and saying things like, we own everywhere, we bought everywhere. Don't buy into it as a Yoruba person. They will not ra. Take one to Rago, which depends on cook round killing things. Found one lay one. They can't really ya. They can't really yagbe. They couldn't rent houses all over the place. They are crying all over. If you bought everything, why do you need to rent? So don't buy into the whole thing. It's just nonsense. All right, please, 1 more minute and then we'll go to the next person. Jfad.
All right, thank you very much. I really appreciate you. That is the reason I always appreciate and like coming to you. I guess the reason I feel this is because of the lot of comments I see on X and a lot of comments I also hear, maybe from interviews and when people speak also. Martin, what you said has actually put my mind to rest. You understand? So I really appreciate it.
Now, I talk, put your mind to rest.
So Mr. Busu, you won't understand. You won't understand. You know, there are a lot of rhetorics going around, and it's discouraging a lot of people. I won't lie to you. It is really, really discouraging. It looks as if these people have taken over everything, and we are just docile. We are not doing anything.
Irony.
You know, if you don't have this kind of emotion, or a lot of people are not hearing this from you, you won't know. Okay, this is actually what is going on. And let me tell you, for me now, for example, I was born in the north. You understand? I was born in the north, and now migrated back to Ibadan. I live in Ibadan, by the way, but I work in Edo State. I go visit my family, maybe during weekends, often. All this now, when I hear all this, it makes me feel as if, what is really going on?
I see the problem now.
You understand? And you keep seeing it every day. I'm telling you, every day, if you hear it, this one will say this one. Now look at it. What is the problem? What did we do? You understand?
Oh, but I think now I get you. I think I understand you a bit better now. You grew up in the north. Hey, yeah. Sorry, eh?
Thank you, sir.
You're not pa or nigga kan. Ṣé pé wọ́n ní nǹkan kan, wọ́n ní nǹkan ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n máa ń fi kún láti jẹ́ kí inú ara wọn dùn. Let me tell you something. Regardless of how you cut or dice it, the people who own the most properties in Lagos are Yoruba people. Whether it's on the mainland, island, they own them. Now, do you have certain neighborhoods that you have concentration? For instance, there's some parts of Surulere. If you go through side Kilo, there's a particular part of Kilo. You have a lot of Igbo people there. If you go to Amowo Dolphin, parts of Estac, you have a lot of people there. People there. Part of Satellite, you have a lot of Igbo people there. There are some children, these clowns who talk on social media. Some of them grew up in that place. So in their head, since they grew up inside that environment, it's in Lagos, but they are all Igbos. Therefore, that's how the entire Lagos is. You will always have those. For instance, if you go to Ajegunle, you have a lot of folks from the south in that area. But before, it used to be mostly folks from a lot of Igbomina long be back on one side or no local àdúgbò yo. Particular Ajegunle, Orile, Igomu, on side be. You have a lot of Igbomina Kwara people in that place. Igbaloyi, and then Ekotunfe. wọ́n á ti ráyé sáwọn bòmí. So gbogbo àwọn tó ń parọ́ tó ń sọ kínní yìí wọ́n nílé o ṣùgbọ́n ẹ jẹ́ n sọ kọ̀ fún yín ọlọ́mọ ẹ̀ka rí kò ṣe dáadáa o tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ tán ọ̀sán kan òru kan làwọn kan máa fi ṣé wọ́n ní nígbà tán sá kúrò ní 1993 ni. In 93 people ran away because of also Abiola. Nobody said that people do anything. No, they were just afraid of the possibility of something turning on them, and then they ran away. But what you should remember, what you know is this: their concentration is. In fact, in Ibadan, for instance, there's a place called Agotakpa. It's in Mokola. Agotakpa is the place that want to pay people turn Tedo see. There's another place in Ibadan called Ekotedo. Àwọn Èkó ibẹ̀ náà tẹ̀dó sí ibi kan wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó ń pè ní very close to Surulere Ìjẹ̀ṣà tẹ̀dó Abúlé Ẹ̀gbá. You will always have those concentrations. Does that mean that because you have Abúlé Ẹ̀gbá, therefore the entire Lagos is full of Ẹ̀gbá people? Or because you have Ìjẹ̀ṣà tẹ̀dó, everybody here is Ìjẹ̀ṣà? The thing is that if you are coming from a non-civilized group of people, you can't think beyond this petty, we have this street, therefore we have the city. Meanwhile, in that same Lagos, if you go to Ilupeju, you have a concentration of Indians. Everywhere you turn, you see Indians in Ilupeju. Does that mean that Indians have bought all the land in Lagos? There are areas where you have a concentration of Lebanese. Oh, I was going to say something, but it's quite personal. It's a normal thing, but don't let people say, because they now see all the people around them who are from the land, and there's some places you go, everybody is, if you go to Agege, some parts of Agege, outside everybody, so in Ibadan, there's Sabo, in Mokola, there's Sabo, in Shasha, everybody, got on so nebo, kotumo se pe boya, outside tira gbo lele Yoruba, àwọn ilé kan jẹ́, wọ́n kàn jẹ́ ẹni tí àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nu wọn ní ọpọlọ, kò tó fà nìyẹn. All right, let's move to the next person. FFT, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, keep up the good work. I'm enjoying the program so far. So, I lead to the fears of Mr. Jfat. You should not fear. These things are normal. Even in the UK, it's like seeing people in Peckham. They own.
Yes. Thank you for that example.
In Birmingham and say people, the whole of Birmingham is owned by Pakistani because they are more over there. So it doesn't make sense. That's all gibberish that they see online. So yeah, so today my own this thing, he has actually touched one of the things I wanted to touch, because this whole Peter Obi's issue on they collect land from me, did not collect land from me. I have not been around, so I don't know if you guys have discussed about it. I feel like I don't understand, because the way he said it in the interview is like the government was after him. But it's turning out to be as if it was actually a normal civil dispute between him and another woman. Well, that is that. And as per the book I was reading, the China Cheve's book, I'm really busy this week, so I've not really had time. But I want us to discuss something that he said in the book, where he said that the reason why that one of the things that affected the blockade was because the Biafra army had the tactics to cede the south region and go into the interland. So the Igbo traditional, that's why I said the Igbo traditional farmers were unable to farm. That the strategy backfired. So that looks like as if the way they describe this Biafra is as if Biafra is like the whole of south and also southeast is their own, and you know, it's just Nigeria and the civil war that made them lose those lands to, you know, to Nigeria or maybe to south. So sometimes when I read this book, sometimes the things he insinuates, they are just very, very interesting. He was even saying in the book that this guy Nnamdi Azikiwe, that Nnamdi Azikiwe was only concerned that the real reason Nnamdi Azikiwe did not later support Biafra was because he withdrew his support because he felt that Ojukwu was not consulting him, and he didn't consult him and other elders like Michael Okpara before he went ahead to go into the war and stuff like that. Even if I want to believe that that's the reason why Nnamdi Azikiwe did not agree, why did Nnamdi Azikiwe bring that up in the beginning when the war started? Why did he support the war when you actually don't like the way he did not consult you and other elders. So these are the kind of, very controversial things that is inside that book.
In order to answer that question, I'm going to, let me see if I can quickly get the page, but I have to find the book first anyway. Look away now. I've read it here before. On a Darkling Plain. It's by Ken Saro-Wiwa. I hope I can quickly, I really hope I can. Page 1, can you know? I think I found it. Okay. All right, I'm going to read something. So, let's take it one by one. I'm sorry, I wasn't writing down because I stood up.
Right.
So the first thing you said was, please, if you don't mind, just that's the point.
The first one was about the land dispute that Peter B was claiming that it was a government impact.
Oh, yeah, we already talked about that one. They should go and settle it in court. Peter B just likes whipping up emotions. He's a populist. So populists don't really think about structure or order. They just want to get to the public opinion, the court of public opinion. And then they'll use that to, it's about pity. So you court, the public opinion, you try to influence them, and then everybody's saying, they are against you. Meanwhile, the state government has nothing to do with this. Nothing. It's between the property owner, a court order. That's what it is. It has nothing to do with the state government. But again, Peter Obi is Peter Obi, so no surprises. Please go on.
Okay. So the next one I was talking about was that Junior Achebe was insinuating that they actually deliberately ceded most part of the South and go into the...
Who are the they? Who are the they who ceded the place?
He said it was the Biafran strategy, that it was the strategy of the Biafran...
it's a lie. It's a lie.
That was why...
It's a lie. So you said something that is actually quite instructive, that the way they speak, it's as though the South was part of the land.
Yeah.
And that federal government had to get it from them.
Yes, it makes it look like that, like they are the owner of the land. But because he said traditional Igbo farmers could not farm. But from what I know that their land is not arable. So if there are any traditional farmer, they were farming in the South. Because if people were actually traditional...
So hold on. It's not like there are no farmers in Igbo land, though.
Yeah. But
there are farmers in Igbo land.
They could not farm when they went into the hinterland. So if they were farmers, they could still be able... They should be able to also farm what they were farming. You shouldn't have... It's like saying that Yoruba people are farmers.
No, hold on. Don't use Yoruba to... So, Igbo people also have farms. They also have palm trees and stuff. They have farms. It's just that when you do per capita, whatever, when you look at the size of the land, it's so densely populated that whatever it is that they are able to... So they have two major issues. Number one is the size of the land is too small for the population. Number two is that the arable part is not as much. But it's not like there is none. There are places in Igbo land where you can cultivate. For instance, part of Onitsha, you could actually cultivate. Part of Abakaliki, you could cultivate. But generally speaking, in all those places, the land no good. But nobody say Igbo farmers no day. Igbo farmers day. Just that the land no good like that from time.
Okay. So
Number two, some of them also got to farm. Some of them also farmed in spaces other than Igbo land. So, for instance, if you read Sunset in Biafra by Lechi Amadi, he mentioned how they had an Igbo man who used to farm for them. He was a farm hand. He was a staff, so to speak, in the farm. So he would go, they would pay him. But when Biafra was declared, he then walked into the farm and started saying, this is Biafra land, and then began to use it as though it was his. And that's that's one of the major problems that South people will always have with Igbo people. The assumption that because you were made the head... Let me give an example. And this is a major minus that Igbo people... Guys, if I may be like this, it's because I'm trying to find a way to say it without going... I don't want to be... Because some people will take it as an insult. But here's the point. There were three major regions. There were two regions as of 1914. It became three in 1939. Now, those three regions, in the north, the Fulani perfected something before the British got to Nigeria. And what they did was, they are the minority. but they had gone into traditional society to become the cultural leaders of the people. Therefore, they came up with the idea of Hausa Fulani. You never hear Fulani Hausa, by the way, just saying. You hear Hausa Fulani. The reason is because everybody already knows that they are the ones with the number, but because they already had political power and also determined their culture using religion, they were already Oga. When the British came, they made them at the top, so they maintained that structure. Okay? Regardless of who owns land, who doesn't own land, they already maintained that structure. In the West, we are largely homogeneous, except for, you have folks in the present-day Midwest. So that's people in Benin province, Delta province. Those were the ones who were not Yoruba, but the Yoruba people were already the majority. And they have the most land. In the north, the Hausa people and they had land. And since they already acknowledged the Fulani as their cultural and religious leaders, they were able to just plug into that. In the west, the Yoruba are the majority and Yoruba have land. In the east, the Igbos are the majority, but the Igbos don't have. It was one of the major things that they discussed at the Willings Commission in 1957 to 1958. They were talking about the fact that these guys were pouring out of the hinterlands and entering into Calabar, Ogoja, rivers, just populating everywhere. Because the fact that they were now the leaders of the region gave them like that feeling of, if we enter anywhere. This movement started in the 1940s into those areas. For the north, it started much earlier, but for, say, with the move, that one came up later. Who have lands in the east? The east. So again, what is east? East today is not the same thing as east in the 1960s. The eastern region in the 1960s is now two regions now. So you have the south-south and the southeast. When we say east today, we are referring to the southeast Igbo land. When we say east in history, we're talking about everything from rivers, part of Bayelsa, into all of the Igbo land, into Akwa Ibom, Cross River, right? That's what east would be. So back then, the land for agriculture you will find in the Calabar, the Calabar Ogoja province. They had the farmlands. So that would be cross river. The land they bought was for building. In terms of agriculture, it was actually I don't want to change topic. This is why I don't like you guys coming up. Because you never even come up. You don't use misinformation, scatter comment section. Which farmland did people buy in Calabar? What actually happened was that the government of the region, and there's nothing wrong with what they did, by the way, nothing wrong with what they did. Under Okpara, traveled to Ondo State. To the western region, but Ondo was a base for, there was cocoa in Osun State and Ekiti, where presently even the Ekiti now used to be part of Ondo. But that area, okay, the Ondo area, that province, to collect seedlings, it was that cocoa seedlings that he used at Ogoja. It's not that Igbo people went to plant cocoa in Ogoja. It was that the government of the eastern region took lands in that place as a farm, which is the normal thing. There's nothing wrong with it. But that's the government, not an ethnic group. The mistake of some of these people is that they think that because the government has done that, they also have a right to those things. You don't. You're an individual. Now, did Igbos buy land and build houses? Of course they did. And they found out like that. But we're saying that there are three we've talked about it. When it comes to land, the land for building was not in the east, in Igbo land. The land for agriculture was not in Igbo land. You will find land for building and agriculture in the today. That's Calabar Ogoja province for agriculture. If you're looking for oil in east, you go to the Rivers province. Nothing of worth that brought in a lot of money came out of the heartland Gogon. Like, this is history. This is not jab. I'm not trying to fight anybody. I'm just answering the question. So because of again, there's a problem when you think based on scarcity, you become a thief, an illogical koro. You will now be saying what belongs to others belong to you, and the only reason you can say that is because you now have political power. Now, were there individuals who had enough money to buy things in other parts of the East? Of course. Igbo people prospered, and they did well. But some people in those places had an issue with them, and the issue they have, as far as I'm concerned, I think is emotional. And the issue is because there was a place that the Igbo man occupied in society before colonization. And I've said it several times, with all due respect, if there's any group in Nigeria that colonialism helped, it's the Igbo people. They also have coal. Who was using coal in the 1960s? How much revenue was coal bringing into the eastern region in the 1960s? The people of those places in Calabar, in Ogoja, in Rivers, the Ijos, they had a relationship with the Igbo before the Igbo came. And that relationship, the balance was skewed by the time Igbo came, and they now got political power. So I think that was just emotional, and you can't blame the Igbo for that. It's just natural. People just feel like, who are you? I don't want to go into the details of it. When we're having a conversation on state creation and Willings Commission report, I promise I'll go deeper into it, but I'm trying not to ruffle feathers. I don't want to start skinny. Coal was after colonialism. Of course, there was nobody carrying coal before Oyibo came, and the use of the coal did not stay long after Oyibo left. That's the reality. All right. There was something you said. Yes, I remember about Nsukka. I read this here before. I'm going to read from a book by Ken Saro-Wiwa. Saro-Wiwa was in Nsukka at this time. So people say, so there's something fundamentally wrong with the writers of those who write about the war from the East. And I'm not saying that Azikiwe was the greatest of all leaders. I have many issues with him, especially because of the way he moved when he was in Western region. He's just a regular Igbo. There's nothing different between him and Ojukwu. Let's first start with that. Azikiwe is not better than Ojukwu. If you're looking for people to look up to, I'll mention Okwabi Asika. I always mention him. I'm not saying he's perfect either, but that's Azikiwe. The issue between both of them was ego. Ojukwu was the new kid on the block, and Azikiwe was the old man that everybody should look up to. But because of the spirit and the way they run things, both of them, the presence of this one was threatening this one, the presence of that other one was threatening the other one. That's what happened. Let me read something to you from Ken Saro-Wiwa's book. This book is called On a Darkling Plain. Okpara was better, but Okpara sided with Ojukwu at the expense of Azikiwe. And I'm not saying Okpara was a good man. He was even in prison. They put him in prison. Oh boy. Let me read something to you. Everything is inside what I'm about to read right now, so I won't go back and forth. So the book is called On a Darkling Plain, written by Ken Saro-Wiwa. It says, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was in his country house at Nsukka. One hardly saw him. He was meant, I believe, to be in disgrace. Since Ojukwu's arrival in Enugu, he had made an unmistakable attempt to disgrace Azikiwe, whose popularity definitely stood in the way of that's Ojukwu's political ambitions. First, he had him moved. By the way, let me explain what happened here. After during the first coup, Azikiwe was outside Nigeria, right? It was in the Caribbean, and he found his way into England. And then while the country was burning, Oba was chilling, all right? When he eventually returned, no, he didn't stay in Lagos, he moved to Nsukka. It was there, this man, Ojukwu was made the military governor of the East by Ironsi. Nsukka is not very far from Enugu. So apparently, by the way, Azikiwe was one who founded the university at Nsukka. Maybe that's why he went to Nsukka instead of Onitsha, where he's from. I don't know, but Isha went to Nsukka. Ojukwu gets to Enugu, and the first thing he did was to find every possible means to destroy the legacy or the person of Azikiwe. So let me read this. I'll read again. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was in his country house at Nsukka. One hardly saw him. He was meant, I believe, to be in disgrace. Since Ojukwu's arrival in Enugu, he had made an unmistakable attempt to disgrace Azikiwe, whose popularity definitely stood in the way of Ojukwu's political ambitions. Let me stop to quickly say something before I continue reading. You see, in all you do, especially with the younger generation, try to remember that younger people are looking up to you. If you make certain moves, this is my own interpretation of the event. I'll read what really happened in a bit, because I want to know why does he want to disgrace this man, apart from the fact that he's standing in his way, like this man explained, of Ojukwu's political ambitions. There's another twist to it. See, they knew what happened in the January coup. Everybody knew what happened in that part of town. Maybe those of us here, we don't know, but thank God for the books. We are putting everything together now. Those guys knew what happened. If you are young, if your child ever sees you stealing, do you know what's going to happen if the child is stealing and you want to tell the child to stop stealing? Once they notice that you have done something, unless of course you are man enough to say, Oga, I made a mistake here. You're talking to your younger, maybe your child or your younger brother, I made a mistake here. Once you do that, that'll be fine. But if they notice that you are just using Ogboju and you did something terrible, they will now be like, oh, okay. So when they get it, they cannot trust you because they know what you did. What I just said right now, I won't say more than that. Please just put it together, you understand it. Let's continue reading. First, this is what Ojukwu did to him. First, he had him moved from the chancellorship of the university that he founded. Azikiwe founded UNN. Ojukwu removed him from being chancellor. Then he attacked the Simi side of Azikiwe's connections with the university. Next, he organized a systematic harassment of Azikiwe's finances. Let me tell you something about this one. You see, in 1956, Azikiwe got in trouble, right? One of the first people that made everybody know was Eyoita. I think we've talked about it here before. Azikiwe took about £877,000 of government money. He put it in his own bank. Put it in his own bank. He now loaned that money to his own companies. But sadly, the money, ACB, African Continental Bank, those companies now could not bring money back. So he got in trouble with the government. When Ojukwu now, this thing I just mentioned went all the way to the UK. I have a document from the House of Commons, the debate on Azikiwe and that money. But that's not today's topic. They debated it. While all of this was going on, Kubo, no, it wasn't Basi. It was supposed to be Ogundipe, actually. Not Basi. Basi was a top guy, but it was supposed to be Ogundipe. If you look at, sorry guys, on YouTube, if you look at General Welby's recommendations, it was actually Ademulegun Ogundipe. Ogundipe, Ademulegun, and then Clorokwe, Iransi. That's the list, Sean. But we'll talk about that. But thank you for writing that in the comment section. Where was I? So in 56, they were talking about, Oga, how are you going to pay the money back? By the way, if you read the book, it's not here. If you read the book by Dele Ogun, The Fatherless People, he mentioned all of these things. Also, there's this man called Harold Smith. Harold Smith, who was a colonial officer in Nigeria at the time. They also mentioned how this thing played out. That was what the British used to get him to do their bidding, right? But we'll come to that later. But here's the point I'm trying to make from this. By 66, Ojukwu wanted to start collecting the money that they've been waiting for. So the debt that was owed the government. So Ojukwu knew how he got the money. Everybody knew the corruption that was involved. So Ojukwu did not respect him. Let me just put it that way. And Ojukwu watched him. Let's continue. So he says, Ojukwu organized a systematic harassment of Azikiwe's finances, attempting the collection of debts owed by Dr. Azikiwe to agencies of the Eastern Nigerian government. These actions were not calculated to endear him to Dr. Azikiwe, who, as all men, valued not only his personal property and wealth, but also his contribution to Nsukka University. Excuse me. The climax to their disagreement, one second please. The climax to the disagreement came when Ojukwu declared publicly, apropos the university, that he was not going to be deterred by the quote-unquote bleating of an old goat. In respect of certain innovations he had proposed for the institution, the goat is a symbol of foolishness in Eastern Nigeria. The insult in the remark was stinging. With the events of July 1966, some had hoped that the breach between Ojukwu and some old politicians might be healed. Dr. Okpara had been released from detention where his beard had turned grey. Sorry guys, we always have mad people sometimes, but we have to quickly deal with them. Just become me, thank you. Dr. Okpara had been released from detention where his beard had turned grey, and Dr. Azikiwe appointed into the Consultative Assembly. Dr. Okpara returned to favor and was often seen in public by the side of Ojukwu. Dr. Azikiwe, however, probably made his final mistake when, at the crucial October meeting of the Consultative Assembly, he argued, I'm going somewhere, please stay with me. He argued that the East might well accept the creation of states in the region. That was his greatest mistake. He was loudly booed, and he said to have left the assembly in disgrace. Booed or not, Dr. Azikiwe had given mature political advice based on his political experience and his interpretation of the political weather vane at the time. Thereafter, he retired to his country house at Nsukka. I'll say something here. The money issue, the political issue with the coup, all those things were enough to have Ojukwu have issues with him. But then, of course, Ojukwu had his own ego, had his own ambitions, which we see, for instance, in the book by Neville Graham Douglas. Again, I like to talk about that book a lot because when people say, why are you always talking like this? I just tell them, the book is short, it's not big, it's just very tiny. The book is called Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion. And I take that book to be very, very important because the writer was the Attorney General of the region and he talked about their conversations a lot. If you have not read that book before, please check out our Radio Meet Global. Let me put the address. The link is on Telegram. By the way, somebody reached out to me the other day talking about WhatsApp. I don't put my number out. That's number one. But number two, the good thing about Telegram is that whatever, let's say we posted something a month ago. If you join today, you can access it. On WhatsApp, you can't. Okay? So that's why we favor Telegram. If you go on Telegram, whatever we posted, even if it's a month, 2 months, a year ago, you can search for it and find it. But for WhatsApp, you can only see what comes in after you join. So that's why we prefer Telegram. So please check out Radio Me Global and also check out Radio Me Books if you're looking for any material. Some of those ask me for lists. Maybe what I'll do also is I'll create a section there where you have, maybe this weekend, by God's grace, where you can find some of the books that we're using in these sessions. Well, the ones that are still available, because many of these books have. This particular one I'm holding, I went to the bookshop to buy this book. When I got there, they told me it doesn't exist anymore. It's out of print. I went to like 3 bookshops. The final one, I eventually found the book. They told me they don't have it. And I said, okay. So I picked another one. I just was browsing, and then I found an old copy inside the bookshop. So I picked it. and that was the last one. So many of the books, some of the books, not all, but some of the books that we use, some of them are out of print. Some of them, they're having court issues with publishers, so we're not able to access them, but we're hoping that very soon we'll be able to get it. Let me respond. Let me finish. Michael Kachi on YouTube. I'll answer your question in a bit. Let me finish what I'm saying first. So just to finish this one, FFT, it is true that Ojukwu did not like him, and where I'm going with this is that because Azikiwe was against the idea of Biafra, so let me explain. At the beginning, it was not for Biafra, but you could also explain it in a different way. For instance, we can do reprint without piracy infringement. No, we can't do reprint without piracy. You have to go and talk to the publishing company. That's why I don't share books, because people watch this thing in different places. I don't share books. The Nebo Graham Douglas's book that we put in Telegram channel is because, number one, it's not a copyright stuff, and then number two, it's an old pamphlet. You are not going to find the hard copy. So, but no, I don't. I can't just go and reprint a person's book now. Abba, you have to go through the process. You get the copyright permission and things. Sorry, get permission and all of those things, and then copyright will not be an issue. So if we ever get there, we'll have that conversation. Anyway, I'm looking forward to something like that, Sha. If we're able to, we can reach out to some of them and see if we can reprint some of these books, because they will be of help. All right. Kimoboro is to see, Yes. Azikiwe asks that the East be broken. But you see, there's something underneath all of that. If you read only this book, which I'm reading right now, which is a fantastic book, by the way, by Sarawiwa, you may think that, Azikiwe is giving them a very good advice. But you see, when Azikiwe was in the saddle, Azikiwe was vehemently against creation of states. He didn't want the Eastern minorities to have their own state. Even when he said he wanted it, after the one election, he said no. That's one. Number two, there is already a plan. Again, with all due respect, this is not anti-Igbo, it's just history. In the Igbo State Union, there was a plan to keep the minorities of the East totally conquered. The world was permanently in control. I don't know if the book is here, but it's also this topic. So let me just continue talking. You'll find it in the book called Just Before Dawn. There is a document that those guys wrote for different groups, right? So the idea of allowing the minorities to have their own state has always been like an anathema to the Igbo politician or Igbo elite. When they now discovered that at the time that Ojukwu is saying, I want to have my own country, you now came and said, let's break it. They know that you are probably saying this because you don't like Ojukwu, because both of you don't like each other. So that's where the issue is. So you can't really say whether he liked Biafra or not. But you can say definitely that he worked for Biafra. He was an ambassador. He traveled with them everywhere. They were in Gabon, Tanzania. They traveled together, and seeing him actually helped the Biafran cause. And that's why those countries in Africa actually recognized Biafra. And then when he got the chance, he defected and moved to Lagos, and then he started fighting it. But see, the thing about Azikiwe is that, respectfully, when you look at his political trajectory, he was not stable. And he was intentional. But you know what? So it doesn't look like I'm just talking. Let me read something to you before we move to respond to Michael Kachi on YouTube. 1 second. By the way, this book also is out of print. 1 second, let me find it. It's by Bolaige. It's called People, Politics, and Politicians. Okay. One ball. Material way, why page in you? I found the book. I'm trying to find the page. No, let me check this other place. Remember, just 1 second. Let me quickly find it. It's Bolage's description of the three major leaders at the time. That would be Azikiwe, Awolowo, and Sardauna. One second. Almost there, I think. I'm there now. So it's page... It's page 302. By the way, if anybody knows, because we have been looking for... I used to play that Lagbaja thing. I used to play it on clarinet. Maybe this weekend I should even carry my clarinet and play a little. Because in school, you have to... Lagbaja's tunes were... They saved us. Because we were able to, in the middle of the night, just be playing... But yeah, let's leave music for now. Back to the book. So this book is called People, Politics, and Politicians of Nigeria by Bolage. And this is what he said. In a notebook of mine, I jotted down the following notes of my assessment of these three great leaders, that's Sardauna, Awo, and Zik. If I were going to do an essay on each of them, I would use the outline. I think I had better set out the notes here. It may be that they will be given necessary flesh and blood in some other work. I know Zik fairly well, and Awo I know very well, and I have never hidden that I accepted his political leadership. But I like all three of these leaders. In fact, I love them, in spite of whatever anybody may think of my assessment of them. I wish all three had managed to work together. They would have established for us, their political heirs, a strong, dynamic, and democratic Nigeria, which would have become the envy of the whole world. The order of these notes... Mambo, YouTube. Where were we? The order of these notes is according to their age. After all, I'm a cultured Yoruba and Nigerian. So of Zik, he says, is charismatic, easygoing, dreamer, visionary, inspirer, decidedly undeciding. That's what I'm looking for. In fact, it's still plenty. He also talked about Awo, talked about the good and the bad, and Sardauna as well. So it's not just about Zik, but that's what I was looking for. That's the reason I opened this book. Decidedly undeciding. Zik would do stuff that you will not be able to say, you promised this. And for people like that, they cannot lead, or they cannot have an ideology that people can work with. Because if you have an ideology today, tomorrow it changes. Your vacillation makes your work irreconcilable, because we don't know where you stand. So I said all of that to say that I think that the major issue with Ojukwu and Zik was that each of them, they had their own ambitions and egos, and they had clash of personalities. Number two, this is where I'm actually now going to answer your question. Because he was against what they were doing, you can now understand why Achebe would write against him. Please cite out the three. We could make a comparative assessment. Yeah, we'll do it, but that's not today's topic now because of time. I promise we'll have a session to talk about them. But that's not today's topic. Let's not change the topic. I just wanted to get that word. I knew the word, but I wasn't very sure. I don't want to misquote, so that doesn't look like I'm just talking. So yeah, decided on deciding. It gets worse, by the way, but I'll stop there for now. For instance, it says he has no strong views. So essentially what he's saying to Ojukwu was what he was against. So everybody was against him. And I was trying to say that I understand why Achebe would write against him, because he was trying to have the East break away, but the breaking of the East may have been because he had issues with Ojukwu. Therefore, it makes sense that Achebe will write against him. But to be honest, he traveled with them, he helped them, and then eventually he ported. Having said that, let me now respond to Michael Kachi on YouTube. He says, Fela Kuti described Awolowo as the father of tribalism. Fela was a fantastic musician. He was a very naive. He had a very naive understanding of history and politics. That's the truth. But he was a fantastic musician, great activist, but he didn't understand politics. And there's no problem with that. It's human, you know. For a lot of the times, those who, there are many things you're not good at, but if you don't talk about it in public, nobody will know. That's the problem with Fela. I read it. What you said Fela said is actually one of the things he wrote in the tribute. You'll find it in the book by Odu Fuwa. The book is called Chief Awolowo, the Political Moses. So he said it, but the question is it right? The answer is it's not right. It's wrong. And I'll explain some things. Number one, Fela was one of those people that, of course, you will call a Pan-Africanist. You know, by the way, if you're a Pan-Africanist, I think it's a very stupid idea. With all due respect, I think Pan-Africanism is a stupid idea. Sorry, I just have to say it. Because, especially from the perspective of a black person, of an African person, if a black American or someone in Caribbean has a vision of Pan-Africanism, I would say I get it, you know, because it's let me find a way to explain. Oh boy, what time is it? 3:45. Let's see what we can do before we get to this topic of today. So here's the problem with Pan-Africanism. Number one, it is not an idea that we originated. It was given to us. It started on the slave ships. You have Yoruba, you have Hausa, you have different groups of people together in boats. You mix them to ensure that the people who speak the same language don't stay together because they could cause a mutiny or start wahala. So you mix everybody up. Now you have to create a new identity for these people. There's no Yoruba. Everybody has to create something. Kilo ko go akpo. Oh, we're all Africans. Who said we're Africans? They said we're Africans, so we're all Africans. The person who was the champion of Pan-Africanism was Marcus Garvey, who, of course, was in Caribbean, who never, by the way, visited Africa. You see, with all due respect, I have suffered from reading African history written by black Americans. I have suffered that thing when I was younger. There's a friend of mine, I think on TikTok as well, sends me some of these things, and I just do as if I don't see them. Because the thing I suffered that day, or that period, I don't want to go back to that thing. Black Americans see life based on color. Black, white, white, black. And I understand. I get it for them. But it would be stupid of me to think like that. Who is the white man around here? I'm Yoruba. No, most of us don't even have the idea of being black until maybe you went to Europe or you went to America. Nobody called you black at home, unless of course you are the darkest person in your family like me. And it's not based on ethnicity, it's based on not connected. All those colorism that people are shouting today, we grew up with it, no big deal. Oh, Baba Dudu, yeah, Dudu. It's just like interesting. I grew up as God that, oh boy, one day I went to Jos. I'll come back to it. I went to Jos. I was serving. We went to do one program in Jos. I saw one guy. I was like, when I got home, I told my parents, I said, Money Opo, I have hope. I have hope. That guy and this shirt, there's no difference. Oh boy, a minority. You know, is the thing that everybody's shouting mental health, colorism. Say waiting. That was one of the things that this girl was saying. What's her name? Meghan Markle. And they said the baby is black. And I was like, show white in it. It's not black. Oh, but she said that song. Anyway, the point is that we never really saw ourselves as black or anything. Just Yoruba. Our identity was based on ethnicity. Their own identity is based on color. And that's why the whole idea of Pan-African, ask any Pan-African if a Moroccan should be part of the Pan-Africanist movement. They will say no. Why? He's not black. How can you create a structure based on color? We don't know each other. Just because we are all dark skinned doesn't mean that we are related. If it's about Pan-African, why cannot an Egyptian not be part of it? How about an Algerian, a Tunisian? Why can't they be part of it? Maybe we're all Africans. But no, they are doing it based on color. Why? Because the people who started this thing, they saw the color of the others who quote unquote oppressed them, and they felt they had to do something for themselves, and we're all black, we're going to change the world. I like it for them. I hate it for me. You know why? I grew up here. I don't see any all this thing, white person is doing something, is nonsense. What is happening in Nigeria? Is there imperialism there? Maybe. But guess what? Most of it is on us. Any Nigerian that you see sitting down somewhere and saying, we are like this because of imperialism, is white man, you are not thinking straight. There's no reason for you to be like this. It's not just the white man. Amongst yourself, you have a very terrible structure. What I'm saying basically is this. That idea of we are all one because of color is ridiculous. We have different cultures. And you see, you don't hear other people say this. I'm coming back to Fela. I'm trying to give us the basics of what he said. You don't see white people talk about being one because of color. Look at the relationship between England and Ireland. Don't they, quote unquote, look alike? France and Germany during the World Wars. Russia, are they not white? White. You go to Asia, Japan colonized China. Don't they, with all due respect to our Asian people, in case you're watching, we say you also say we look alike anyway. So don't they look alike? Japan colonized Korea. Do they not look alike? Why is it that it's only in Africa that they talk about being one because we look alike? We are all black. We are Pan-Africanist. Any Pan-Africanism that is beyond economy and travel is a waste of time. All those political things, we speak one language, we spend one currency, all those things is just nonsense. You go to Europe, for instance. Europe has EU has 24 official languages, 24. But you have some people in Africa looking for one language and to be Swahili. I will now leave Yoruba language for Swahili. That's a mix of Arabic. Why? Because many people in East Africa say it. Who cares? A smaller continent, which is not even a continent to be honest, but let's just call it a continent. A smaller continent, Europe, has 24 official languages. A bigger continent, Africa, wants one language because they want to prove to themselves that they are united. That's the way to prove, by speaking Swahili, by having one political kiniko, by doing something. What kind of nonsense is this? That mindset was one of the things, that was what determined the politics of Fela. The mindset of we are all one, we are all together. Therefore, in Nigeria, we should also have the same thing. Let's have Igbo people ruling Yoruba land because we are all one. Pan-Africanism. Guess what? The proponents of Pan-Africanism in Nigeria, they were very, very ethnic conscious. I'll say this. There's no ethnic group that pushes Pan-Africanism in this country more than Igbo people. There's no ethnic group that understands the power of ethnicity in this country more than Igbos. It's a game. It's a game. It's a game. It's a facade. We are all one so that I can take what belongs to you. I already know that where I'm coming from, there's really nothing you want to come and take anyway. And then once I take what belongs to you, I'm going to create a funnel and ensure that people from my side come into that space. That's the ethnic identity I'm talking about. I'm being ethnically conscious. And by the way, guys, I'm not making anything up here. Again, there's a document you will find in that Telegram channel. Look for it, you'll see it. White paper. It's a white paper that was released by the Western Caucus of NCNC in 1964. The clannish mindset that you see, it's unbelievable. But they're the people that will be shouting, Pan-African, Pan-African, we are all one. Whatever oneness makes me lose who I am is not oneness. That's number one. Number two, let me tell you what Fela actually said. He said we didn't have tribal politics until you came back from England. Again, Fela's mother was in NCNC. When NCNC was established, it was a nationalist party. But just because somebody is in NCNC does not mean that they are nationalists. I'll give an example. The first organization that was very, very nationalistic, especially for young people in Nigeria, was NYM. It was created in 1937. But sorry, I think is enough. You are. Let me just mute you. You are not ready. The first one was NYM. Who? My question to people that talk about Awo being the leader of tribalism, and by the way, Awo is Yoruba first. I am Yoruba first. I don't care what you think about it. Michael Kachi on YouTube. I don't care. And this is what Awo wrote in 1947. The book is called The Path to Nigerian Freedom. Be Yoruba first, then be Nigerian. For instance, you are English first. Let me tell you something. Go to the UK, I beg in the name of God. If you can meet any Scotsman, any Scottish person, please talk to them about the British identity. See how they will talk to you. Because people think this is about tribalism. Talk to a Scottish. Ask them about the British identity. Ask them which one is more important to them. And if you ever stroll into the UK, please do this. Or if you know anybody, just take a phone, just call, just ask them. Ask a Northern Irish person, ask a Welsh person the same question. I'm not making anything up. Folks from Northern Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, ask them that when it comes to identity, between Welsh and British, not English, between Welsh and British, which one is more important to them? And let them tell you the reason they are very intentional about the language today, about Gaelic in Scotland, about how everybody is trying to do those things. It doesn't mean that you are breaking your country. It just means that what is going to make me build Nigeria is Yoruba. Because left to you, you want me to destroy my space for you. But I have to take care of my space because I am Yoruba. Back to what I was saying. Ask these people who talk about Awo being the leader of tribalism, and I would ask them, how did NYM break and what caused NYM to break in 1941? Ask them. The person who broke NYM, who started the chain of events that destroyed the party, was Zik. And what did he use? Tribalism. What year? 1940. What did he say? He said, and I'm not going to go into the story because of time, he was talking about the issue between Akisanya and Enesikoli, and he said they didn't allow Akisanya to run for office because he was Ijebu. The first person in Nigerian politics who used ethnicity and tribalism as a way to prop a person up in Nigeria's history was Zik. Oba Akisanya was a member of NYM just like Zik. You know what? Maybe we should go back and maybe we should do a session on NYM again. I've done it before, but it was a long time ago. I want to write it down here. Let's do a session on NYM. What they do is, before you tell me what I did wrong, I'm going to say you are the one who did it. NYM. Let's discuss NYM. There's another thing I said we're going to discuss. State creation. We'll discuss those things. It's what they did. Zik pushed it to the point where the person that was supporting Enesikoli, Awo, who was also an Ijebu person, was now wondering, wait, though. You know, they were going to stone Awo on the day of the election. Excuse me. By the time Zik was done with NYM, two groups of people left NYM, Ijebu and Igbo. He destroyed it. He said, oh, the reason they didn't want Obakasanya to have anything is because he's Ijebu. But in reality, it had nothing to do with his ethnicity. It was about the guidelines of the party, of the movement. So NYM was a movement, but it was also a political party of some sort, because they had candidates vying for elective posts in the Legislative Council in Lagos. And Kofa Bayomi had traveled to England, and so the space was vacant, and Enesikoli wanted to occupy that space. Akisanya also wanted to occupy that space. But Enesikoli was the president of the organization, so he was supposed to be able to go on opposed. And they made a very terrible mistake by voting. So when they voted amongst themselves, Obakisanya won. Then they reminded them that, listen guys, there is a party guideline. If the president wants to go into the Legislative Council, it should go unopposed. Whatever election we're going to have should be between him and the candidate of another party. We shouldn't have primaries. So they spoke to Akisanya and he said, okay, no problem. By the way, Akisanya eventually became an Oba. They spoke to him, they had the conversation, okay, it's okay. But he's human, I guess he also still wanted it. And then we read in West African Pilot a few days later that the reason they said no was because it was Ijebu. Who wrote it? Zik. So at this time, this period, every other person in NYM was looking at things from a nationalistic perspective. Oh, Nigeria must be great. And they had different things. I promise we're going to have a session on it. Let me not go deep into it because of time. But they had a vision of, breaking free of colonization, indigenization of the civil service, all those fantastic things. But Zik came and turned everything up. What Awo did was to stand up for Yoruba land. And I'll say this, in my generation, I'll do exactly what Awo did. There's no reason an Igbo man should be leading anything in Yoruba land. I did a video, I think it's on YouTube, on TikTok now. They will cry, they'll be fine. It's the same thing I want for Igbo people. I don't see any reason for Yoruba man. As a matter of fact, there are more reasons for Yoruba man to lead Igbo land than an Igbo man to lead Yoruba land. Why? I mean, but even then, I still don't want a Yoruba person to lead. They should be able to lead themselves. Why would you want to come and lead me in my land when you don't have anything that I can benefit from as far as culture or innovation or progress is concerned? And he was against it. And by the way, what they usually insult Papa for, let me just say, this will be last and they'll move on. They talk about that he told people that they did the cross carpeting. There was no cross carpeting. Well, people moved, but it wasn't what they told you it was. So NCNC, by the way, NCNC, that was a nationalist party, eventually turned into an Igbo party when they moved everything to Enugu. Maybe that was not the intention, but that was what happened. Actually, that was the intention. I'm just being gracious. It was the intention. What happened was this. 1952, everybody was, they had won the elective posts and the West African Parliament. By the way, the same Lagos where all of us are terrible human beings, we are the same people who sent Azikiwe to Ibadan. It's the same Lagos people that sent Ebubedike to Ibadan in 1952. So all this thing of, don't you want Igbos to rule? Oga, we have tried it. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, 4 times. We've tried it. We've tried it in before independence. We've tried it after independence. We've tried it in the Senate. We've tried, in the House of Representatives. We've tried it in the House of Assembly. We've tried it. Just like my mother used to say. They were in Ibadan, but there was no clear majority. NCNC couldn't form the government. AG, Action Group of Awolowo, could not form the government. So what did they have to do? They tried to woo the independent or smaller parties who were already in the house if they would join them. Now, both parties were wooing these guys. So whether you were in the Ibadan People's Party and you found yourself in the parliament, NCNC will talk to you, AG will talk to you, be on our side now, come to our side now. Everybody was trying to get them to work with them. And then you have to promise whatever it is that you could promise to get them on your side. It just so happened that on that particular day where they're going to form government, these guys decided to work with AG. They were not members of NCNC. They did not leave NCNC for AG. They were people that both parties were wooing. And they decided to work with AG. Why should we say, oh, so that we'll be seen as good Nigeria, go and work with our Moebo? What kind of nonsense is that? Of course. They joined Yoruba, they joined AG, and we formed the government. And thank God we did, because by 50, everything that Azikiwe did in the East, imagine it was in the West. The kind of money, almost £1 million Azikiwe transferred from the Eastern Regional Marketing Board into African Continental Bank, and the money that they couldn't account for. What do you think we have done in Western Nigeria? We have done the same thing. How can you, in good conscience, take government money, put it in your bank, then loan it to your companies? Ibao. Respect. we have, you know what? There's so many things I think we'll talk about. Let me write it down. 1948 press war. That was when they told Yoruba people that anything they say against Zik, they are saying it against Igbo people. That's why, if you notice, anytime I'm speaking here about Ojukwu or Zik, you see people come here and say, why are you always talking about Igbo? I'm like, it's Ziko. I say, no, why are you talking about Igbo? It's Zik. We'll talk about it. It happened in 1948. We need to discuss these things because, like I always say, the tactics have not changed. The tactics have not changed. Every region in Nigeria still today moves based on the ideology of their first set of political leaders. That is the truth. We just happen to be blessed to have had Awo and his gang of fantastic leaders. If not for that, we would have been like other people. That spirit of stealing other people's region, it did not start today. It started in the 40s. One day, when we're done with all of this, we'll go back to those things. I think we spent enough time answering questions. It's 4:04. Let's see what we can cover as far as today's topic is actually concerned. Thank you very much for listening to our what do you call this section? Interactive section. We'll go to the other part. It's also interactive, but won't have people on stage. So those who came up, thank you very much for being here. JFAD, thanks a lot. And FFTW, thank you. I'm going to take you down now so we can get into today's topic. Okay? Thank you very much for coming. Someone wrote in the comment section, the tactics are still the same. Get into any space and attack it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Gorilla, Farabale, it's your person, no? It's your brother. You're fighting your brother like this. How will you now fight your enemy? Amajajao. So thanks everyone who came up. We're going to move now into today's topic. But before we do that, let's just do some. Sorry guys, let's respond to some things because we shouldn't let some things fly. But please don't erase it yet, though. Somebody just type something. Don't erase it yet. Once we Africans free our continent from Western influence and puppet leaders, you will never be free. You guys don't. Do you guys think about these things before you say it in public? You have not done it in your ethnic group. You want to do it on a continental level. Are we joking? You're always fighting this abstract noun, invisible enemy, and it's a thing. It's not even a person. It's influence. It's imperialism. It's all these things that you cannot hold. You can't touch. You know, if you fight it, you've been talking about this thing for 50 years. How do you do the fighting? You don't have okay. Oyibo is the problem. How do you fight them? You say I'm sleeping. Okay. Oh ye woke man. People like you have been talking about this nonsense for more than 60 years. Do you not wake up one day and ask yourself, if it's not working, is there something that needs to be fixed? You are here telling me I'm sleeping. You are woke. Your definition of woke, let me not say it. See, there's some wokeness or wokenesses that are closely associated with what happens in the graveyard. I won't say more than that. See, let me say something to Yoruba people, because if you're a Yoruba person, don't let this Pan-Africanism nonsense affect. Don't allow it. It's rubbish. And I know I sound harsh. It's because young people listen to this Pan-African nonsense. It makes no sense. There is no basis for it. We're not talking real. There's nothing real in the conversation. Oh, let's say, for instance, we're saying economy, travel. How do we partner? You don't need to do that because of your skin color. You don't need to do that because of Pan-Africanism. What has AU achieved? Ask them what they mean by once Africa becomes one. One how? A continent of several nations should become one. As how? One for what? They're not looking for unity, guys. They're looking for uniformity. And it's because they know they don't have something, and that will give them some. If a black American is saying it, I understand. I always say it. And I give grace. You know why? They didn't grow up here. They have this longing for this home where their parents were taken from. So I get it. I get it. Africa, we're all kings and queens. You know that thing they say? Which is a joke, by the way. What do you mean of we're all kings and queens? If we're all kings and queens, who were the slaves? Foreigners. We're all kings and queens. Just fantastic Africa. We're going back home. One time, we were not all kings and queens, so let's tell ourselves the truth. Some people's heritage is slavery. I'm not saying that Onyibo did though. I'm saying before Onyibo, their heritage is slavery. I won't mention any group of people, but let's remind ourselves we're not all kings and queens. So the idea that we should just come together and build something, where when I'm talking, I'm speaking based on my civilization, you also speak based on your civilization, and right as we are talking, we can tell that we are different people. Why can't we just work based on purpose? There is a vision of maybe like a business, whatever, a particular thing you want to work on. You work on it and that's it. Not all this we are one. One for what? To steal what you have. And no, we're not sleeping. We're not sleeping. Do I want one Africa? No. Let me say something. There has never been a time in the history of this world where Africa was one. All this Akebula nonsense that I tell you, Akebula is not even an African word. Africa itself is not even an African word. Africa is Greek. Akebula is closely related to Arabic. All this where Akebula is a lie. I'm Yoruba. We conquered people. We fought people. They defeated us sometimes. We defeated them many times. We created empires. That's my history. The same way an Englishman can be proud of his history without saying I am European. I can be proud of my history without mentioning Africa. I'm Yoruba. I have my own ancestry, my ethnicity, the greatest of my people. You have your own as well. If you have something you want to work on, we can now work together and unite based on that. I don't have to lose who I am in order to make you feel good because you don't know who you are. That's it. If you're a black American coming to Africa, for instance, you come and learn Yoruba culture. There's no African culture. Unless you're having like an aggregate. Maybe you look around and say, okay, what do you see as a common thing? You can see some common things because of weather, because of the way we are. You can see some common things, but like, in Africa, and that's where Americans, have you noticed when they talk about us, they say, we're going to Africa. Have you ever seen this thing where they write like a tour? They write Maryland, Houston, New York, then you see Nigeria. I used to wonder, I'll tell you the second part. I used to wonder, okay, Maryland, New York, Houston, Nigeria, Kenya, what did they just do? They just compare their cities to your countries. Because in their mind, your continent is a country and your countries are cities. Am I on Facebook? Yes, I am. We're streaming on Facebook right now. Busuyoris everywhere. Busuyoris on Facebook. Then they will say things like, I'm going to Africa. The Africa they are going, where is Africa? But they are Koja, Nairobi, going to Africa. They just talk about the continent as if it's one village. But again, you can understand. They didn't grow up here. They are black Americans. They see it from outside. So I can get, if they have Pan-African movement as black people, I get it. I respect it. But if you are African, knowing what your home looks like, knowing that there is no unified African anything, why would you be taking the vision of the person who has ever been to your space as your vision of who you are, especially when it is wrong. If it is right, okay, but when it is wrong, how will you now be shouting? You want to, and by the way, they're always telling you how they want to remove imperialism. They never have a plan. That's why all of them are shouting Traore now, until they discover the other side of the game, which is not today's topic. But good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Good to be here. Let's go to today's topic. We have done a lot of, we spent a lot of time discussing, but I like those things that we do because it also helps the conversations. All right. All right. Please, let's power tap on TikTok. If you're joining us for the first time, please click on the heart icon beside your wrist to join the team on TikTok, and also drop a heart to me, drop gifts. Like I always say, these things help to get our live sessions, on the FYP. FYP on TikTok, for those of us who are on YouTube, FYP means For You page. Right, so please like the live, share the live. If you're on YouTube as well, on Facebook, please like and share with your contacts. God bless you. Amen. Now, we're going to move. We have to do something about this thing, though. Like now, I feel like playing music, but YouTube will do copyright issues. That's a boring coffee, Nora. Coffee is stretch. Òjò ni wá a ò bẹ́ nìkan ṣọ̀tá o, ẹni jírí lè jí ń pa pàǹpàǹ, ẹni bínú wa. Àwọn wáyẹn kọrin o, kò ní roko síbi á ti jẹ́, tó bá roko síbi á ti jẹ́, kò ní rán mi síbi á ti mi, tó bá rán mi síbi á ti mi, èyí mọ̀ ọ̀nà tó máa gbà. Orin ni, our own, orin ni, orin Sunny, orin King Sunny Adé. Báyẹn, àwọn orin wọn gbà máa kàn lọ àfọ̀ṣẹ ni, máa ṣẹ́ ìpè fún ẹlòmíì ẹ̀. Sing a song now, Abitoye, well done, well done, well done, well done. Where did you stop yesterday? Okay, well done, well done, well done. Now song. Orin ọ̀tẹ̀ pọ̀, ọjọ́ wo ni wọ́n ń ṣe presidential campaign, and President Tinubu said to K1, kọ àwọn orin ọ̀tẹ̀. Okay, we are where we were. We are going to where we were. He actually asked for orin ọ̀tẹ̀ because ìgbà míì ó máa necessary nínú àwọn iṣẹ́. All right. Just trying to get because where we are going right now. Gideon Oluriniola. I also believe Yoruba nation, Igbo nation, Hausa nation, other nations in Africa, and they all exist in completion and share ideas in cooperation and unity. Nigeria, sure. It's a mistake Yoruba people make a lot. When we say something about Yoruba, we want to say it about other people as well. So that it doesn't look like we are saying something. See, just because some things exist in Yoruba culture does not mean they exist in other people's cultures. This thing of, if I say, I'm not people's parent too. If you have more than one child, we always do this thing where, if I'm doing something for this one, I don't know about you, but my kids' birthdays, I have to buy gifts for everybody, but the main gift will be for the person who is celebrating birthday. The same thing for the next one. So that way everybody gets something, but the person who celebrates birthday will also feel special. I think that's the way we should be treating Nigerian matter. This thing where you elevate people because you want to make them feel good, it gives them this false sense of identity. There are things some people don't have. When you mention completion, there are people who don't have it. I won't mention any ethnic group. But there are people who do not have it. Just that, as Yoruba people, we're always very modest. Like someone wrote on YouTube, on TikTok. It's true. Very modest. I'm like that too. In reality, I'm like that. But in reality, to ba ti gbe sara koja moshalasi, a ma fi aye hàn So that's how, and that, by the way, that's how Yoruba people actually move. We're respectful, we're modest, we're courteous. But once you go beyond your boundaries, I'm a fear issue to law. And that is also Yoruba. Yoruba is not just Bewudani, we are all good, we are all nice. No. We are like that, but we are like that and more. But the koja here, I'm a for any akpari issue. All right. It's going to be a wonderful day. 419. We've been discussing Victor Banjo caught in the storm. And we've talked about different things. We've talked about his background. I don't think we have to go back to all of those things. We've talked about his background. We've talked about his parents, just a little, about his family as well. We've mentioned that he's from a very interesting family, I would say. They have a lot of firsts in Nigeria's history. The sister, Professor Adeton Ogunsheye, is the first female professor in Nigeria's history. His daughter, Olayinka Omigbodun, is the first female professor of psychiatry. He himself was the first electrical and mechanical engineer corps. It was the first mechanical engineering in the Nigerian Army. So they have a lot of firsts in their family. He was the first Nigerian director of electrical and mechanical engineering of the Nigerian Army. And he rose to the rank of colonel. He was a socialist of the Marxist type. He was known for his strong sense of right and wrong. So we said all of those things. Then we moved on to what happened in 1966 January, how he was on Iran's side when Iran was taken over on the 16th of January, but by the 17th of January he had been arrested and on trumped-up charges, and they alleged that he was trying to kill Iran, even though there's no evidence. Just explain tire. They explained tire, and one of the explanations they gave was that he had a gun in his holster and was going to kill the man. But interestingly, the gun he had, when they asked for it, he gave it to them, like when they were examining it, to as though they liked the weapon, before they then turned it around and said he was trying to kill him. Essentially, eventually that got him into prison. First, it was in the ship. They put him in the ship, then later to Kirikiri, from Kirikiri to Ikorekpene, and then eventually to Enugu. I think somewhere before Ikorekpene, I can't remember, but it was in Ikorekpene that eventually went to Enugu. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. This thing is showing inactivity. And I also think that we may be under attack. Like, it happens every day. We're used to it, but let us zira by power tapping on TikTok. Guys, 1 second. I'm trying to drag a piece of puzzle. It's not working yet. So if you're, I have to do this so that it doesn't go off. Okay. Jesus, Jesus, I love you. Finally. All right, please, let's keep tapping. Let's keep liking the live. Thank you so much. All right, so let's get into this. So yeah, we talked about how he landed in prison. The letter he wrote on 1st of June 1966. He had been in prison since been in detention since 17th of January. They wrote a letter that we read on the 1st of June. Then we talked about how he was eventually released, and it was released by Ojukwu. And also that explains why he was in the East. He was in the East because he was transferred from Lagos to the Eastern region. So when Ironsi died, with all the pleas and warnings that he gave Ironsi did not listen. Eventually, Ironsi was assassinated on July 29, 1966. Then Yakubu Gowon became head of state on 1st of August 1966. Awo was released on 12th of August. and Aburi was in January of 67. Eventually, they had issues with Aburi. By the way, I'd like to quickly just say this. I know it's not today's topic, but it's important to mention it, that Aburi Accord was promulgated as Decree Number 8. Propagandists from the southeast will tell you that Aburi, they are standing on Aburi. If anybody tells you on Aburi we stand, let him know that Aburi had 3 legs, he's standing on only one. Anything can happen, might just fall down. That Aburi we stand is just propaganda. Ojukwu rejected Decree Number 8, which was based on Aburi Accord. But then eventually, the nation went back to the status quo. Instead of having a confederacy like they planned to have in Decree Number 8, everybody went back to what they were. And states were created on May 27, 1967. Ojukwu declared Biafra May 30th, 1967. Released these prisoners. One of them, of course, happened to be Victor Banjo. And we also said yesterday that after being released, around that time, Wole Soyinka was in the eastern region to meet with Ojukwu to try to persuade him after everything that other people have done. So you had a lot of people who had tried to speak sense to him. Delegations from Nigeria, the National Conciliation Committee led by Papa himself, Awolowo, supported by people like Marere, Adedokunba Demola, Aluko, and a lot of people tried to speak to him, but he didn't listen. Kings from Yoruba land went to him. By the way, somebody wrote in one of the videos yesterday that, why did they go to meet him in the east and they didn't go to the north? They actually went to the north. He just did not really listen. They went to the north and then they went to the east, but he didn't listen. Declared the Biafra, and when he declared Biafra, he got people like Victor Banjo to work with him. Then we talked about how Victor Banjo started the 101st Brigade of the Biafran Army. That's also known as the Liberation Army of Nigeria. And we said from the very beginning that Victor Banjo never really liked the idea of Biafra. He hated the idea of secession, but he worked with him because he was going to get army and arms and ammunition in order to liberate Yoruba land from the stranglehold of the north, which in itself was a wrong move, to be honest. Now, we're going to continue from where we stopped yesterday. We stopped at, we're reading the book by Wole Soyinka. The book is called You Must Set Forth at Dawn. We talked about how Soyinka spoke with Ojukwu, what Ojukwu said, and what Soyinka also thought of what he said. Then we moved on from there to discuss his conversation with Victor Banjo. And this is how, just a little recap of what we did yesterday. And then we'll move on into the new phase. Today we want to get to the point where he actually left Biafra and invaded the Midwest. And that will help us also understand what happened in the Midwest. Most faithful of all my meetings, we're speaking here, Wole Soyinka, what book is it? You Must Set Forth at Dawn. Most faithful of all my meetings in the seceded enclave was that with Victor Banjo, a Yoruba officer. Following some convoluted chain of incidents, Victor Banjo had been accused of menacing the former head of state, General Aguiyi-Ironsi, and had ended up in Enugu prisons. After the declaration of Biafran independence, he was released by Ojukwu, as were other Yoruba officers and soldiers from the western region, some of whom had certainly been involved in the original January 66 coup. Then he went on to describe him as very disciplined, clean, Spartan, and all of those things. He also mentioned a man called Fipalale, and I said we should remember him because Orochima Khan. And he wasn't a soldier, he was a civilian, but he believed in revolution of the Russian type. And he was also an orator, and he helped Biafra a lot. But this is what I want to read here from both Alale and Victor Banjo about Biafra and Ojukwu. So it says here, for the leader of the Biafran secession, Victor Banjo had even harsher words. If Odumegwu Ojukwu had displayed true leadership, the secession, he insisted, would never have taken place. So that tells you that he knew that Ojukwu did not display true leadership. Then about Philip Alale, he says Philip Alale was a complete contrast to Victor Banjo. He was restless and excitable. Alale spoke agitatedly and volubly of the lack of ideological grounding in the conflict, slashing the air right and left as he outlined the cleansing that was needed for the deceased polity called Nigeria. For him also, Ojukwu was not the answer to the threat of northern domination in Nigerian politics. What was desperately needed was a third force. Though he did not actually use the expression, still, his prescription was for a new entrant that would neutralize the two combatants. It was Philip Alale, however, who was fated to be neutralized at the firing stake in Biafra, convicted of treason against Ojukwu's government, together with Banjo, Victor Banjo, and two others. Banjo let him run for some time. Okay, we already talked about that. I don't want to go back into some of these things. He let Philip speak, and then he told Oga what he had to do. And so let me just read that part. Banjo let Philip Alale run for some time, then he interrupted with a gesture that was nearly imperceptible. He appeared to be used to commanding effortlessly and economically, like one who needed to conserve his energy. My appearance in Enugu, he pronounced, could not have been more fortuitous. The face of the war was about to change dramatically, and I was the only one who could help transmit certain crucial messages to the other side. That is, to the leaders of the West, both military and civilian, but especially to a certain Lieutenant Colonel Olusegun Obasanjo. It was there, right in Victor Banjo's command room, that I heard that name for the first time, and was informed that Obasanjo had only been recently appointed commanding officer in charge of the Western Area Command, with his headquarters in Ibadan. Obasanjo had served, I hope you know. Obasanjo had served in a capacity, Obasanjo had once served in a subordinate capacity to him. His response to the message I would take, Banjo stressed, would be crucial to the changes that were being contemplated on the Biafran side. I became a marked man on account of my visit to Biafra. Delivering the messages that I brought back with me, however, turned me once again into a wanted man. But this time, that designation had turned sinister, and all the more deadly for being unannounced. So what he said here, by the way, Victor Banjo also sent messages to Papa, but let me read to you what Wole Soyinka said about it. He says here, the crux of this message was this: let them understand in the West that I am leading not a Biafran army, but an army of liberation, made up not only of Biafrans, but of other ethnic groups. Again, this is what happens when you think that you are detribalized. Make the governor of the West and other Western leaders understand this. Urge them not to be taken in by any propaganda by the federal government about a Biafran plan to subjugate the rest of the nation, especially the West. Guys, just a pause. If you compare this to the letter that that Ojukwu wrote to Victor Banjo, you would understand one of the reasons Banjo delayed before he tried to enter Yoruba land. Up until this moment, this must be around June, when, because the war did not start until July 6th, right? But Biafra was declared on May 30th. Around this time, Victor Banjo was still believing the idea that, I'm just working with him, I'm just trying to get into the West, to liberate the West. But when you read the letter that Ojukwu wrote in August of 66, I've read it here before, we can't go through it, but let me just give you like a little bit of it. The idea basically was that one of the things Ojukwu told Victor Banjo in that letter was that he would give him the soldiers, he would give him the arms and ammunition that he required, but when they go into Yoruba land and liberate Yoruba land, that he and Biafra reserve the right. You know what? I'm not going to read the entire letter. I just want to read that particular portion so that I'll quote him correctly. Okay. He says, After clearing the question with my executive council, I, as the commander-in-chief of the Biafran Armed Forces, who is speaking here, Ojukwu, have decided to place at your disposal Biafran forces for the liberation of Yoruba land on the following clear conditions. Let me just read some of the conditions. Number one, you have nothing to do with the military administrator in the Midwest Territory. That's the territory that he, as Oga, went to liberate. But the one that has to do with Yoruba people, he says here that number 4, Biafran troops will, after the liberation of Yoruba land, remain in that territory only for as long as we in Biafra consider it necessary for the Yorubas to consolidate their position and sovereignty against any external threat. This letter was written on 22nd August 1967. I'm reading the book by Fadeton Ogunsheye called A Break in the Silence. This, you see the letter that Ojukwu wrote to Victor Banjo. So you are saying to Victor Banjo that Biafran troops will, after the liberation of Yoruba land, remain in Yoruba territory only for as long as we in Biafra consider it necessary for the Yorubas to... What is the meaning of only for as long? For as long could be 1 year. It could be 10 days. It could be 3 months. It could be 20 years. Sorry, somebody wrote on YouTube. So the thing is, that was not what they had. That was not the agreement before he got into this. How do I know? Because of what he told Wole Soyinka. Let me read again what he said to Soyinka. He says to Soyinka, he says, let them understand in the West that I am leading not a Biafran army, but an army of liberation. At this point, he had not even gone to the Midwest, though. Shengbo. Yes, he was leading the 101st Brigade of Biafran Army. Yes, he had led the militia, but at this point, the Midwest had not been invaded. Soyinka had gone to meet him in Enugu. While he was in Enugu, he's giving us his plan. What's his plan? Let me read again. Let them understand in the West that I am leading not a Biafran army, but an army of liberation, made up not only of Biafrans, but of other ethnic groups. Make the governor of the West and other Western leaders understand this. Urge them not to be taken in by any propaganda by the federal government about a Biafran plan to subjugate the rest of the nation, especially the West. As at the time that Victor Banjo was talking to Soyinka, he was saying that the idea of Biafra taking over Nigeria was propaganda. 1 second, there's a book right now. I need that book now, like now. Guys, give me a second. Once I'm done with this, is the next book I'm going to. It just occurred to me. It's a book by Kole Omotosho. Mumbo, Ejo. It's actually here. I think it's... It's here. We have to go to that book once we are done with this one. All right. Where was I? Mbo, please bear with me. So this is what I'm saying. At the point that Victor Banjo was talking to Wole Soyinka in Enugu, this must be around June, he was saying that don't listen to the federal government, though. They are saying that these Biafra boys want to take over Nigeria, want to take over Yoruba land. It's mere propaganda. Don't listen to them. This was in June. 2 months later, Ojukwu writes him a fantastic letter. And this is what he says. Biafran troops will, after the liberation of the Yoruba land, remain in that territory only for as long as we in Biafra consider it necessary for the Yorubas to consolidate their position and sovereignty against any external threat. If you are Yoruba, you're not Moali, at this point you begin to think, wait, and that's one of the reasons I believe Victor Banjo waited a bit just to think about all these things again while he was in Benin. But we'll get to that later. Number 5. On the liberation of the Yoruba land, you will be appointed military governor of that territory. Number 1, that's insulting. Who are you to appoint the Yoruba administrator? Who are you? Let's continue. Number 6. The liberation of Western Nigeria will be a prelude to the liberation of all Yorubas up to the River Niger and the severance of all connections between the West and the North at Jeba. So Ingo help us, we'll go take back Western Nigeria. Then we'll not travel all the way to Jeba because, of course, Yoruba land reached Jeba, which is true. But everywhere will still be occupied by Biafran territory for as long as they deem necessary. You see how they are helping us, how they are liberating us. You're just jumping from fire pan to fire. The North is dominating you. You want to liberate Yoruba land and put us under, the domination of the Igbos. That was a bright idea. But let's continue. It says here, this one is mad. During the period of Biafran troops' presence, Olajobi Tosin, are you Yoruba? Because the question you're asking is actually very, very. Are you Yoruba? No come on, can do down ìbéèrè yẹn torí ìbéèrè yẹn ó béèrè kò bá kún gbé ni. I don't ask that kind of question in this kind of abba. No. We'll talk about it another time. Where was I? He says, during the period of Biafran troops' presence in your territory. Gorilla Abba! Hey! Gorilla Abba now. See, I want you. Tosin, sorry, how you? People are not smiling again, oh. So please, let's continue. During the period of Biafran troops' presence in your territory, all political measures, statements, or decrees shall be subject to the approval in writing by myself or on my authority. Can somebody help me mute Tosin, please? Because Oroburuku Maja let me say anything. Oroburuku Lovegbo. Motura ṣe ni mo ti be wa ọmọlúàbí. Ma gbọ́ nǹkan tó máa jẹ́ kí inú máa rún ẹ o. On be sọ̀rọ̀ ní ìtùbínùbí ó tún kọ̀kọ̀ kúkọ̀ sínú comment section. Love you share ni. Where was I? Ojukwu says, during the period of Biafran troops' presence in Yoruba land, in your territory, all political measures, statements, or decrees shall be subject to the approval in writing by myself or on my authority. In other words, whatever we're going to be doing in Yoruba land will be based on what Ojukwu tells us. After all, they are liberating us, so it's fair, Abi? No, it's not. Number 8. Should our troops arrive, Banjo is a fool for himself for believing him and not watching him closely. Let's be careful not to just call him. This came on the 22nd of August. They've been working together since since June. This was not the agreement. See how he was talking to Shoyinka? Look at what this one now wrote on after. By the way, he made sure he did not write this letter until Banjo had already done what he was sent to do in the Midwest. So he made sure he had gone. He was in the Midwest fighting Biafra's war. It was Biafra's war. We'll get there. When he was now there, he now sent him a message. Okay, now go to Yoruba land. When you get there, I'm going to control everything you are doing there. You didn't tell him that before he even left. So I know that a lot of people are angry and saying Banjo is a fool. It's not like that. That was not the agreement. We're just trying to explain so that we understand that, but we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Originally, the agreement was, let me tell you what the plan was. You know what? Let me not tell you now. I'm going to read it to you. So that, but let me just say it. But I'll go to read the details later. The agreement was, I will fight for you. I'll lead your troops. When I'm done safeguarding your space, you will give me soldiers that I, on my own authority, will then lead. I will then lead to Yoruba land to push out the Hausas and the Northerners out of Yoruba land, and then I'll liberate my own people. That's the issue. And Ojukwu said, oh, that's fine. So whenever you need those people, I'm going to give you the people, I'll give you the money, I'll give you everything. The arms and ammunition, even give him money when they were going to Midwest, but he returned the money much later. We'll get to it in the conversation. So that was the agreement. And that was what Banjo had in mind when he left the East and he got to Midwest. It was while he was in Midwest that this letter was written. I'm going forward, but we'll soon go backward again to go back to discuss how he entered the Midwest. But let's just get this. I want to connect this with his conversation with Wole Soyinka. So Wole Soyinka is saying, tell them all this thing is just propaganda. But 2 months later, I discovered that maybe he was the one who was naive. So he says, you can say he was naive, or you can't say he was a bad person or anything. But naivety is not an excuse anyway. So he says, during the period of Biafran troops' presence in your territory, all political measures, statements, or decrees shall be subject to approval. A vassal state? No. Movies and music? No. He wasn't trying to make Yoruba land a vassal state of Biafra. He was making Yoruba land a part of a new nation. I'll read it to you. I'll get there. Mumbo. Then he says, number 8, should our troops arrive and liberate Lagos? Should our troops arrive and liberate Lagos, the government of the Republic of Biafra reserves the right to appoint a military administrator for the territory. Such an administrator will remain in office until a merger of that territory with Yoruba land is effected by Biafran troops. Can you see the book I'm reading? Are you okay? Just be happy that Just Becoming is taking a break, because right now you ultimately where was I? So he will be the one to determine. He will be the one to determine the administrator in Yoruba land, just like he did in. If you ask a question once, I'm not answering. Please hold on. I can't be breaking my thoughts to answer every question. He will be the one to determine the administrator of the Western region. He will also be the one, by the way, he already determined the administrator of the Midwest. We're going to read that later and make sure it was an Igbo person. Then he will also determine the administrator of the West and then administrator of Lagos. Ojukwu will be the one doing all of these things because, again, he's from a better tribe than everybody. You know, he's a special tribe. Then he says that administrator will be in office until they merge Lagos with the rest of Yoruba land up until Jeba. But all the decisions that will be made in that space will be by Ojukwu himself. Let's go on. Number 9. As soon as possible after your appointment as the military governor of Western Nigeria and the separation of that territory from Nigeria, you and I must meet to discuss the duration of stay by Biafran troops in your territory, the areas and subjects of cooperation between the liberated state of Western Nigeria, or by what name it may be called, or it may call itself, and Biafra. Now, hold on here. I want to read something to you from Anthony Nauro. That spirit of stealing other people's land, it is, in fact, I'll read from 2 other places. 1 second. So this was the book I was reading from, by the way. It's called A Break in the Silence by Efadeto Ogunsheye, and the letter I was written was the one Ojukwu wrote to Victor Banjo. Let me read something to you from 1968, 12th August 1968, Anthony Nauro. This is from Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Kirk Green. That the intention of the former and western regions, and then in a later phase, subdue the former northern region. This was not surprising. Igbos need to work and trade over the whole country, which they have always known in this century as their country. The rebels did subvert the Midwestern states and occupy it for 6 weeks in August and September 1967. Then the slogan was Southern Nigeria Solidarity, not Igbo Survival, until they marched to the west and Lagos was halted at the decisive Battle of Ore in the western state. Ojukwu's goal was not Biafra. Ojukwu's goal was Nigeria. Captured documents now confirm that the intention of the former Eastern authorities was to conquer the former Midwestern region, conquer the Western region, and then in a later phase subdue the former Northern region. And so when you speak to a Victor Banjo in June of 66 or June of 67, and he tells you they're not trying to dominate anything, what are you saying? They're not dominating anything, it's just propaganda. How is it different from an obedient Yoruba? You're just, it's a big deal now. I know this person now, is my friend now, we've spoken, these are my people. And what you notice is that it's a long train. This vision is very consistent. You will see it in the Igbo National Caucus, you see it in the Igbo State Union, you see it in Charles Onyema, you see it in Azikiwe, you see it in Ojukwu. It's a train. You also see it in the generality of some of them. I don't want to mention their names right now, even in Nigerian politics today. It's about the country becoming this. And why? There's only one reason for this. Only one. There is scarcity back at home. That's the only reason. And that thing that they decided to do in the 40s, it's what they still believe. And it's sad. But guess what? I'm not against them. Everybody is free to dream. Two things. Number one, that dream will become their nightmare. It has already become their nightmare. It will be the nightmare from generation to generation, because there's no way you will have that mindset towards other people and you will succeed. So that will be the nightmare. But away from them, with our own people, you have to get it. Don't be like Victor. Victor Banjo was a pure-hearted person. But you see, naivety is not an excuse. My person now, or the shebe. Ole shebe. And the point is, Omar Shebe. How do we know this? Let me read something to you from this book. Let me read. No. I'm going ahead of myself. Let's take it one by one. Let's enter the Midwest before we go. I was going to read something to you from what Papa said in August of 67, but we are in June. So let's get to July, August. So July was when war was declared. 6th of July 67, Nigeria declared war on Biafra. Before then was police action. After the war, then we had the incursion or the invasion of the Midwest. But I stopped all of that to say something that if you're a Yoruba person, don't be naive. Don't be saying, like, I'll read again what Baba said, what Victor Banjo said. He said, let them understand in the West. You don't even understand what you are telling us to understand. This is what Daily Pharaoh team is also doing. They are doing it they have a passion for their people. Daily Pharaoh team is not a bad person. They want change. They want to change Nigeria. They want to make Yoruba people better. They want to, but in their naivety, they are going to convert Afenifere to a national group so that Igbo people can feel a sense of belonging. That's stupidity, which is a product of naivety. He says, let them understand in the West that I am leading not a Biafran army, but an army of liberation, made up not only of Biafrans, but of other ethnic groups. I'm reading now from just before dawn. Sorry, you must set forth at dawn. You must set forth at dawn by Wole Soyinka. It says, let them understand in the West that I am leading not a Biafran army, but an army of liberation, made up not only of Biafrans, but of other ethnic groups. Make the governor of the West and other Western leaders understand this. Urge them not to be taken in by any propaganda by the federal government about a Biafran plan to subjugate the rest of the nation, especially the West. It's a propaganda. It's not a propaganda. As it happened, you know, Bible says, Beni Osimari ni gba gbogbo aya ni pekun ami. Mo sọ Yorùbá intentionally. Bó ṣe rí, as it was, so it is, so shall it be. As it was, so it is, so shall it be. I am not, somebody sent a message to me about they will not listen to you. I've said it several times. This thing is not about those people. I would love them to change, but I'm not banking on it. You know this. At least have that as the rule. If they change, that's wonderful. But just in case they don't change, don't assume anything's going to change. Moving as rapidly as I dared, since it was clear that I had come under heavy surveillance, I carried out my mission to the civilian leaders with one exception, Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Even before I left Enugu, I refused to accede to Banjo's insistence that I speak to Awo. After my meeting with that politician, I simply felt intuitively that the approaching conflict was not one in which he should be involved. Now we're going to move into how he met Obasanjo on behalf of Victor Banjo. So guys, I need to visit the loo. Just give me like a couple of few seconds. Thank you for staying tuned. Thank you very much. For this section, we're going to be reading 3 books. We're going to read from Soyinka, we're going to read from Omotosho, and then we're going to read from Obasanjo. So let's start with Soyinka. Again, the book is called You Must Set Forth at Dawn. I was left with only one individual on Victor Banjo's call list, the most critical, Olusegun Obasanjo. officer commanding Western Zone. It was the moment of truth, the hardest, most risk-laden decision of all. Obasanjo's junior officers, with whom I had maintained steady contact since my return, warned me to beware. In the same breath, they clearly wished, well, maybe if I weighed the risks. They were difficult days for objective, rational choices. While I hesitated, Victor Banjo broke through to the Midwest, but now he paused to secure the Midwest militarily and politically, making inflammatory broadcasts. The West became confused, and I awaited direction from its leaders. You know what? Let's do it like this. Let's not go to what happened again. Let's not go to what happened now with Obasanjo. Let's try and understand what happened in the Midwest. You know why? Because he said something here. I'm trying to also go, chronologically. I'm very careful of the timelines. So he says here, while I hesitated, Victor Banjo broke through to the Midwest. But now he paused to secure the Midwest militarily and politically. So if we go to Obasanjo right now, that will be after the Midwest. So let's deal with the Midwest, then we'll go to Obasanjo. So that way there's congruence and then we're not jumping timelines. Sorry, there's somebody who is crying for his lost parents in the comment section. May God help you find them, okay? We'll come back to this. What book is that? Oh yeah, I think we should be able to get to how they got to Yoruba land later today. But let's start with how they got into the Midwest. Actually, in Kotokononiye, how they got into the Midwest. We're going to come back to that book in a bit. All right. I'm going to go back to the book by Ni Aborishade. The book is called Colonel Victor Banjo, A Revolutionary Betrayed, by Ni Aborishade. Please check with the books. I think this book is still there. Ni Aborishade. We have seen how Ojukwu had faith in Banjo and made him a military leader in Biafra. Hitherto, if Banjo had planned a coup against General Aguiyi-Ironsi, Ojukwu would not have given him a command in the Biafran army at all, because he was in the best position to know. Ojukwu was intimately close to Ironsi and knew everything that happened to Banjo from the very beginning of his ordeal until he was incarcerated. He also knew that Banjo's detention was deliberate to remove him and the influence from circulation and eliminate the chances of his being too influential on the new commander-in-chief. The question was, what did Ojukwu do to help Banjo when Aguiyi-Ironsi was alive? Ojukwu was the military governor of the Eastern region. Banjo shared with Ojukwu his revolutionary ideas in the letter that he sent to Ironsi. Ojukwu knew what Banjo did. Ojukwu knew that Banjo did not plan any coup, but he folded his arms and refused to help his friend. I don't like this. This person is sounding very weak. Which one is Ojukwu? Why should Ojukwu help him? Sorry, but let me read it. I'm not even going to blame Ojukwu for not helping him. That's Nyakolo come and tell me. Ojukwu, I don't even expect. Let's just read it. Maybe I say with the jump. Ojukwu most probably released Banjo because he needed his. In fact, let me go back a little. Ojukwu knew that Banjo did not plan any coup, but he folded his arms and refused to help his friend when he needed to save his life, career in the military and family. Ojukwu most probably released Banjo because he needed his help, to use him and help him win his war. Of course. That's why he did it. That's why he did it. And I don't expect anything more. I think there's something, if you don't expect too much from certain people there, you will not be disappointed. Well, what else would you expect from Ojukwu? That he will not want to use you. Look at the history now. It's use and discard. That's what we see. But let's continue. Ojukwu most probably released Banjo because he needed his help, to use him and help him win his war. Was it not because he knew him so well as a person of unshakable principle, outright loyalty to his friends, and absolute dedication to the emancipation of the weak that he decided to use him? Thus, he gave him a command to make use of his talents and take advantage of his absolute commitment to the code of chivalry, which was anchored on the higher values of trust, integrity, and responsibility. For example, Ojukwu refused to give Major Cardinal Zogu any command because the latter was very popular and extremely brave, but quite ambitious. By the way, you also find this in Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyega. Ojukwu was thinking that Nzogu may turn the tide of war against him and take the initiative away from him. Nzogu even offered his service to Ojukwu and volunteered to stretch Biafran defenses and make them stronger and impregnable. But Ojukwu rejected his tactical and revolutionary approach. However, Nzogu was not content to sit idle and bemoan his lot in life. Being a true warrior, he picked a handful of volunteers to conduct a daring raid against the federal troops. It was in one of these raids that the star of the 15th January 1966 coup fell into the hands of the federal troops on 29th July 1967. He was just 30 years old. He was killed alongside Tom Bigger, an Ojukwu's relative. Nah, he's not just Ojukwu's relative. Tom Bigger was actually Ojukwu's half-brother. You know why they don't usually like to, why people don't usually like to acknowledge Tom Bigger being Ojukwu's brother? Because he was half-caste. The crazy part without necessarily having to get deep into it, the crazy part with the situation that brought about Tom Bigger is the fact that Ojukwu has a elder sister, or had a elder sister, who was also half-caste. Ojukwu's elder sister and younger brother were of the same dad. Ojukwu was of a different dad. So between Ojukwu's mother and Ojukwu's father, something happened when Bigger's father was away. Anybody who wants more details should ask. We'll go into it. But since we're not talking about that now, let's continue. But sadly, Tom Bigger died in the war, just like Zogo. You want to know? Seri Oboyin, I like so, I mean, again, there's something that you have to only try to say respectfully. But let me see if I can get something to explain. So, Ojukwu's mom was married to a Mr. Bigger, right? Who was white. Some people have said that Mr. Bigger and Louis Ojukwu were friends. But the story goes that at the time he wasn't in town, and his wife, was with the man. They were together. You can understand all of those things. She got pregnant, and the result was Ojukwu. But, in fact, let me show you the brother's picture. Let me show you a family picture. I was trying to look for it while I was talking to you. Let me show you a family picture. Can you see it? That's the sister in the middle. That's Tom Bigger on this side. That's Ojukwu on the other side. Okay. So when you look at them, they are... And then this is Tom Bigger as an adult. Number. Okay. That's Tom Bigger as an adult. But I like what happened to... I like how they were able to sort it out in the family. So the man forgave his wife, and then they had another child. That child was Tom Bigger. So Ojukwu was the only child between the father and the mother. The mother had other children. The father also had other children. Okay? And the younger brother believed in him and went to fight and died in the war. So that's the sad part of the story. If you notice the way I said this part of the story, I was very, very, because I don't want to make it look as if we're insulting anybody, but that's the truth of the history. So when this man said Nzogu was just 30 years old, he was killed alongside Tombiga and Ojuku's relative. It's not a very good way to say relative. I can't call my brother my relative. He's my brother. Is he relative? Yes, but it's not just relative, it's brother. So that's, but I think I tried. Because one of the reasons I don't usually talk about that part is I always look for a way to say it without sounding condescending or, you know. But that's what happened. In fact, you know what? Let me read something to you. This one I think is even more. 1 second though. Nakamoni Bibi. Let me read something. Where is that stuff? Bo, I want to read something. In fact, I think you already get the message. You're going to say, why am I reading? It's a force of habit for me. I like to read because people just say, oh, you lied. You know, so I'm always trying to do that. But I think you already get the message. Do we need to read anything? 1 second. There's something about the mother, Abba now. Hey guys, remember that Professor, what's that woman I like so much? What's her name? Dora Queenly. She's an Igbo woman now. She's an Igbo woman, so let's not do that. Àwọn burúkú ilé àwọn ilé gan jẹ́ kéèyàn lè gbèsè yín wọn. Okay, I found what I'm looking for. No, I'm not going to read it. I'm sure you get the message. The sister's name is Esther Biga. His name is Emeka Ojukwu. The younger brother is Tom Biga. And yes, it is what it is. Let's just move away from this so that we don't dwell on it too much. But that's, and by the way, that's also one of the problems that his family had with him. That's one of the problems that the family had with him because his siblings from another mother, you know, is Bigger British? I think so. Temish, you like musical? Yeah, so let's move on from Tom Bigger issue. So yeah, that is how Ojukwu came to be. But you see, God is good. Anybody can, I mean, regardless of who you are, your father, your mother, God can use anybody. But God did not use this man. Now Satan used him. But regardless of how people are born, I don't like to attack people based on the circumstances surrounding their birth. But also important to be clear about it so that we're not kidding ourselves. Okay? Somebody wrote, I cannot believe my eyes. We are looking for the music. I'm not playing it. Not now. But I've been playing on Robert in. Let's continue. I'll go back a little. Nzogu was not content to sit idle and bemoan his lots in life. Being a true warrior, he picked a handful of volunteers to conduct a daring raid against the federal troops. It was in one of these raids that the star of the 15th January 1966 coup, that's Nzogu, fell into the hands of the federal troops on 29th July 1967. He was just 30 years old. He was killed alongside Tom Bigger and Ojukwu's relative, Ojukwu's half-brother. Ojukwu initially denied his death, as we already confirmed from the book by Adewale Ademoyega. The Biafran said he didn't die. Ojukwu initially denied his death, since Nzogu was considered a great man amongst the people of the East and even the whole of Nigeria at large, and his death might have affected the morale of Biafra soldiers. They could ask Ojukwu why he refused to give him a command in the Biafran army. Ironically, General Gowon saw it differently, and despite being in the opposing camp and the ringleader of the January 1966 coup, when he heard of his death, and true to his benevolent character, he ordered the federal troops to give Nzogu a full military honor, describing him as a gallant officer. You know, I usually say this thing about Gowon. I think Nigeria was not worthy of him. He was not a perfect leader. He had his own issues. But when it comes to being gentle and being considerate, I think he was the best that we've had. I think he is the best. He's still alive, thank God. I think he's the best we've had. He's the best that we've had. And in terms of being gentle, but there's a minus to that. Even his own biographer, J. Isawa Elaigu, he mentioned it. His strength is his weakness. His strength is his weakness. I mean, if you're a Christian, maybe a SU movement, you must have been taught all these things, you know, gentleness, faithfulness, 5 fruit of the Spirit. But you have to understand that those things are important, but you have to mix it with being like strong. And by the way, they pushed Gowon eventually. He got to that point. But I learned something, that don't start by being harsh, be soft, but don't wait too long before you show the other side, or else people take it for granted. Like I don't like starting harsh, like you're just angry with everybody. People just assume that you're always angry. Be loving, be gentle. But when we start moving mad, go to down. Or else they just assume that you are just chilling. But the things that he did, you know, the concessions that he made, even to Ojukwu and even to this man, you know, to Ironsi, he released Ironsi after, of course, he was dead. Couldn't do anything with that one anyway. But I just think that he was a very good man. He is, I keep saying was, because I'm thinking about the era, not about his life. But of course, he's still here with us. But he's a very good man, and he should be celebrated for the things that he did. So while Ojukwu was, by the way, this is not the only book that says Ojukwu denied that he was dead. You also find it in Why We Struck. That book that Igbo people tell us to go and read is in that book. That Biafra said, this man, Ademoyiga, did not know the truth about it until August, after Chukwuka went to release him in Warri prison. We'll get to that later. The inference to be drawn from this kind of gesture is that Nzogu was recognized as a genuine revolutionary who lived and died on the correctness of his principled lifestyle. General Obasanjo confirmed to me as well that everyone knew that Nzogu was a true nationalist who believed in the unity of Nigeria. The coup was to rescue Nigeria from... No. I'll read it. The coup was to rescue Nigeria from the abysmal depth and rescue the masses from humiliating oppression by a few people who held Nigeria by the jugular. My answer is no. As long as we say the coup, as though only one coup happened between 15th and 16th of January, my answer will be no. But if we agree that we had more than one coup, then my answer could be yes. The revolutionary coup had a goal. You see that goal in the book by Obasanjo. The book is called Nzogu. You see that goal in the book by Wale Ademoyiga. The book is called Why We Struck. They were revolutionary. They had a vision. I don't agree with how they carried it out, but I get why they did what they did. But the coup of 66 was not just about them. As a matter of fact, they were just willing tools in the hands of Ironsi, Ifajuna, and the rest of the group. They wanted domination. They wanted ethnic domination of Nigeria. I am not missing words. That's what happened. And we've had this session here before. If you want to know that, read the book by Shehu Shagari, Beckon to Serve, and also read the book by Ademoyiga again. Compare and contrast, then you see the gap or the gaps. The other books, like the Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo has something that can also help. The point I'm trying to make is that this idea that, oh, they had this coup to change Nigeria, and I've listened to elders talk. All of them seem to say it that way. And I'm wondering, see, because there's some things you can't just say because you don't want to hurt people. So this is what I try to do. I don't know. I think I succeed at it. I will say the truth, but I'll say it gently or respectfully. But this thing where you will not say the truth because the person will feel hurt, I think is one of the problems of Nigeria. Because the person now doesn't feel hurt. You're not saying the truth, you are good. But guess what? The person then tells his child or children that you, who didn't say anything, you did something that he did. His children then grow up and talk to your children that they did something wrong to their parents. Your children now have to live their lives apologizing for what the other people's parents actually did to their own parents. So you see why you cannot say, because I want you to feel good, I won't talk about it. Knowing that this person will eventually talk to, that's Nigeria's history. The Igbos have told their children that Nigeria did something to them, which was actually what they did to Nigeria. The children who are innocent are angry with Nigeria. And when we say Nigeria now, it's not just the entity, we're talking about with Nigerians. Thinking that those people's parents did something wrong to them. Now we are growing up and having to apologize. So no, it wasn't a coup to change Nigeria. It was a coup to change Nigeria. It wasn't a coup to give Nigeria something better. It was a coup to give an ethnic group an undeserved edge over others in Nigeria. That's what happened. And sadly for Nzogu and Ademoyiga, they were part of the one that Obasanjo described as the revolutionary coup. Those ones were trying to change Nigeria, but the other guys were trying to change Nigeria for their own sake, and they succeeded. Let me tell you something. Regardless of the success of Nzogu, the person who succeeded ultimately was Ironsi, and the people who succeeded ultimately were Igbos, at least for 6 months. This is the sad part. Let me tell you what's really sad. All of that for 6 months. The lives lost, the schemings, the lies, the treachery, the betrayal, just to have for, did I say 6 months? It was 6 months. It's about 4 months. January 16 to May 29. It was 6 months. It was 6 months. January 16 to July 29. All this terrible thing for 6 months. It's 6. It's January to July. 6 months and 13 days. All of the schemings. Like I said, the scheming did not start in 65, it started in 44. And that scheming worked, especially from 60 to 64. Those 4 years, it worked perfectly. They now had to regroup and come up with a better agenda. That agenda was now what culminated in what we had on January 15. 16 was when they got in power, and then in 6 months it was all over. Guys, Irelokpe, Ikaosuon, just do good. Now, after those 6 months, the ethnic group have now been crying. This is 2025. Next year, we'll make it 60 years. Next year, we'll make it 60 years since Igbos had the highest power in Nigeria. And I can assure you, we're going to count about 60 more years at this rate that we are going. We may actually count more than 60 years at the rate. And I'm not saying this because I hate any group. Thank you for the gifts. This is not because I hate a group. Just sit down and this is why history is important. This is why history is important. You have to be able to put things together, or else we're just wasting our time. But I know we're not wasting time. You did all this nonsense to rule for 6 months. And after the 6 months, your people have been denied that opportunity for 60 years. And nobody has told your people about what they did. But I can assure you, based on what the people are doing right now, 60 more years from now, nobody will get close to that thing. And I'm not 18. I'm just telling you, based on the actions of this generation, that's what we're going to get. And guess what? When those 60 years elapse, if they continue like this, there'll be another 60. There'll be multiples of 60 years. I am sorry, but it's the truth. You know why? Not one lesson has been learned from what happened in 66. That is why people still do the exact same thing. Guys, I'm not joking. The exact same thing. Whether in politics, in the marketplace, in the offices, every single thing on social media, every single thing that was done in 66, including calling for military takeover, they are still doing it in 2025. Thanks for the gift. Thanks a lot. If you are a thinking person from the Southeast, you will pause and think about what I'm saying. But if you like, insult me. When people shout, I watched a video 2 days ago, an elderly man. Oh, we have been marginalized. This is a very clean-looking, educated person. We have been marginalized. The Igbo people have gone through this. This has happened to us. Look at what has happened. This is what Nigeria has done to us. I watched one. I watched two. And not one of them ever claimed responsibility for anything that the Igbo people ever did to Nigeria. Listen, what happened was, to not make matters worse, let me tell you what's painful to me. Like I always say, it's because the young Igbo people I say these things. You know, I will pause a reading to talk to Igbo. I'm not really talking to the elders in Igbo land. Those ones are already far gone. I'm thinking about younger ones who may listen to this. You see, the issue is, Peter Obi was close. So, excuse me. Sorry. Peter Obi was close. So what would have happened, really, is that if he had tried again, even if he failed, and Buhari, the worst he did was go to court. He wasn't going everywhere talking like basket mouth. Basket mouth, not the comedian, not the phrase basket mouth. He tried the first time, 2003, he failed. He tried in 2007, he failed. He tried in 2011, he failed. He changed his strategy, tried in 2015, he won. Peter Obi could have had that opportunity. He failed the first time, but was close. 6 million is not a mean feat. Yes, emotion, he used religion, he wanted to destroy Yoruba politics and everything. But with all the things Isha did, he got 6 million votes. If he had maintained that level of the vision for Nigeria and just stop being clannish, but you can't remove that from him, Sha. He could have tried again this next election, and he will not win, by the way, no matter what he does. Even if he did the right thing, he still will not win. I can assure you, Peter Obi cannot win, at least not now. But he had a chance. If he does it again and again, eventually he would have won. Or even if he did not win, he would have either become. Let me tell you what would have happened. Let's go deep into this. This election, 2023 to 2027, we have President Tinubu. 2027 to 2031, by the grace of God, we'll have him again. After him, you now have 8 years of the North, right? Peter Obi will be very old by then. But he would have been able to become a major force. And what he would have done is that he would be able to take a person and say, you do it, and people will listen to him. If that man brings the most serious person I cannot listen now, because the things that have come out now has even made it worse. He would have become like a voice, not in the East, in Nigeria, but it can also be for the East. And then it will not happen now. Let me even tell you something. Now, let me tell you what is going to happen now. What's going to happen now is that because people lost once, the closest they ever came, once they lost, they now chose the stupid way of insulting everybody. Talk about Tinubu, he's your president. Criticize him if you have issues with him. No, you must insult Yoruba people. Now, insult everybody. Many of the people that supported your movement were Yoruba people. That's how you won Lagos. Insult their father. Their father. Father Yoda. Insult them. When your guy now say he wants to join coalition, I want to ask you a question. Who's going to stop for him? Is the article that will drop for him? Or Erufai? He's not going to Fakale. Okay. Let's even say that happens. President Tinubu is the incumbent. He's going to win. So you're going to have him till 2031. From 2031 to 2039, you're going to have a northerner, inshallah. All things being equal, ceteris paribus. From 2027 to 2031, 2031, 2039. From 2039, add 8 years, to 2047, you're going to have somebody either from the south-south or the southwest. All things being equal. From 2047 to 2055, you're going to have a northerner. All things being equal. From 2055 to 2063, you're going to have a southwesterner or a south-southerner. That's how it's going to go until Jesus comes. You know why? Because lessons are not learned and mistakes are being repeated. Therefore, you get the exact same results. When we hear southern politics, southern votes today, nobody thinks of the southeast. Which is why I laughed when Ohaneze Ndigbo said to President Tinubu that he must have a meeting with Nnamdi Kanu or else they will not vote for him in the southeast. Me, I was like, Shakin Shebiora. Bekele. You did not vote for him the first time. He won. You gave about 90% of your votes to your person. He won. What's the leverage you have? What do you have to tell him? Like, what's the electoral value you possess that will make him listen to you? That's what happens when you vote as a bloc. You have no leverage. If he ever has any, number one, there's no need for any meeting. That's a waste of time. But if he ever does anything for people in the southeast, he did it because he's a good man and he's being fair, which is what he should do. He should be fair to all concerned. He's not doing it because you have anything on him. You have no leverage. You have nothing. You cannot even negotiate. You should be begging. That's what happens when you play the kind of politics that you see in the South. That's why I say, all of this will go back to what I started with by saying a person did all of those things for 6 months, killed people, destroyed the fabric of Nigeria, created a unitary system, which you are still practicing today. Thank God for tax reform bill. Thank God for the changes that we are having right now. We are still struggling with something that somebody did, just destroyed. And he had 100% advisory team, Igbo. Carried out an ethnic agenda, and everybody is suffering from it. Now, the Igbo man looks at Nigeria and says, you have marginalized me because you have not made me president. He doesn't know that Nigeria have been marginalized by the decision of those people. We are where we are because of, many things have caused this. I'm not saying it's only one person. I'm not going to say a group is the problem of Nigeria. But I'm saying that apart from the fact that we already have issues from the start, the way we're put together, the British brought us together, all those things, we already had problems. But you see, we could have still had issues. We'll fight, we'll stop, we'll fight, we'll stop. Eventually, we'll find our way. But you had to destroy it and create a crazy unitary system. That unitary system, we're still fighting over that thing till today. So this is to help my younger able audience to listen, to understand. My younger able audience, please listen. If you don't want to be crying marginalization again, excuse me, if you don't want to cry the tears, the same complaints, change strategy. Understand that you are not being marginalized. Number one, you don't even know how to play the game. Everybody is voting 97%, 90% for better or B. It's a terrible way of even playing the game. That's one. At least one state or two should be able to say, there's a way they do this thing. Number two, understand that the people you are telling that they marginalize you and they hurt you, your parents hurt them. And as long as your people would not take responsibility for what happened to others at their own hands, whether it's in the north, in the west. By the way, guys, these guys hurt folks in the north, in the west, in the Midwest, and in the South. They managed to hurt every Nigerian and kill as many people in every region. They managed to do that. And please don't say, just forget about it. Don't say that. You know why? If I tell you just forget about the war, how would you feel? You said never. We'll never forget. We'll always remember. Okay. Benjamin, why did you put doctor in front of your name? To make you seem as if you have sense on YouTube? Have a session right now to say, oh, Nigeria hates Igbos. This clown will be one of the people telling me I'm a good man. But no. There's no pandering towards you guys anymore. We're going to tell the history as it is. The only thing I can promise is respect, which is too much considering the way you guys behave. But because I am me, I'm a Christian and I'm Yoruba. So we'll be respectful, but we'll tell the truth. If you don't like it, there is a transformer very close to your house. Go and hug it. Bang, bang, bang. Moko compose on it. I need a record deal. You have sense. You're a physician here in Chicago for nearly 2 decades. I don't care whether you are in the bush. Why do you people do this thing? You're in Chicago. So what? Uncle one UK don't wa okay. Wow. I abandoned Nigeria when I was 12 years old. I abandoned Nigeria. Hey, yeah. Nigeria should feel bad. Let's look for green, white, green flag and put tears on it to make us feel, oh, he abandoned us. We didn't know. We didn't miss you. We don't miss you. We didn't even know you're not. We didn't even know. We don't know. We didn't know. We would not have known if you had not said it. You added nothing to us, so we don't even miss you. So enjoy Chicago. God bless you, and God increase you in Chicago. May you prosper and do well. But guess what? We don't miss you. Yoruba and their Fulani masters are responsible for the decay you see in that Lugard prison. That's a physician. This one went to school. This one has been in Canada, in Chicago for 20 years. How is it different from the vulcanizer in Owerri? I've said it several times. Education doesn't change any of these things. This person who called Nigeria Lugard prison, who is blaming Yoruba and Fulani, how is this one different from the vulcanizer in Mbise? God bless you and your Chicago, eh? But next time when you come to places like this, we don't even want to know whether you abandoned us, or you left us, or you are a physician, or you have a doctor before you. It doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, if an illiterate speaks with wisdom, we're going to take that person more seriously than you. I don't care whether you put your stethoscopes on your neck or you wrap it around your mouth. It doesn't matter to me. Thank you very much for your contribution to. By the way, I don't live in prison. I live in Nigeria proudly, but it's not Lugat's prison. I live in a land that not just flows with milk and honey. I drink of the milk and honey. I have a great time in Nigeria. It's a blessed land. It has its challenges. It's going to get better. We're going to build a fantastic nation. And to make matters interesting, I live in Yoruba land. Although I also live in Abuja, but yeah. So God is good. You, on the other hand, you are from a place where there is ungun known men, unknown gunmen, or men known gun, or men gun known. That's your history. So I understand. Let us move on. Nigeria has challenges, but listen, if you use your mouth to curse this country, nothing good will come out of it for you. I'm helping you with your curses so that I'll land on you. Nothing good. Bible says in the book of Jeremiah that some people will not see good when it comes. In other words, there's good, but they would never see it. Are there challenges? Of course. This clown I'm sorry, I don't want to call you clown. This guy who lives in Chicago, they have drive-by shootings in Chicago, but as far as he knows, Chicago is the best place in the world. Why? Because it's in America. Ask him if he could ever build a city in his own country or in his own region. He cannot. The only thing he can do is hold stethoscope and put it on your forehead or your chest. Are you cold? Are you what? Are you cold? Are you what? Let me look for medicine. Then he writes one thing that you cannot read, or illegible stuff. So you go and buy. Maja sorrow. Go and buy kinika. Just write it. Go and buy ogun. Go and buy paracetamol. That's what he can do. Ask him, how can you build your village? Forget Nigeria. Build community. Does your 20 years in Chicago, what have you done in that? Not you, all of you together. What have you planned in your village that makes your village better than what it was before you were born? What have you done in 20 years of being in Chicago? If you're looking for those who get excited about people living abroad, maybe you'll find them in your village, not here. I live abroad, and so what? You've not done anything. You live in a system that you're enjoying, you build nothing. You can't build anything. You know why? I will tell you why I know that this guy cannot build anything. The second thing he wrote is that Yoruba and Fulani are the ones who made Nigeria what it is. That's a person who is incapable of building. You know why? He can't take responsibility for anything. Builders, leaders are folks who can take responsibility for their mess-ups. Say, I made a mistake here, something happened here, we're wrong. But no, these ones, they are dedicated to always outsourcing responsibility. That was your 5 minutes of fame. Let's get back to the book. University did not destroy it, no. Ojukwu did not destroy anything, no. It's Yoruba and Fulani. You can find that in the Bible, by the way, it's in Galatians. Dr. Benjamin, let me call you doctors to make you happy. They are describing you. Sorry, eh? Okay, back to this. Uzogu was just 30 years old. He was killed alongside Tom Bigger, and Ojuku's relative. Ojuku initially denied his death, since Uzogu was considered a great man amongst the people of the East and even the whole of Nigeria at large, and his death might have affected the morale of Biafra officers. Then he talked about how Uzogu was given full military honor by Gowon. Let's move very, very fast. I'm reading the book, Colonel Victor Banjo, A Revolutionary Betrayed. This is by Niyi Aborishade. Okay? Banjo held the position of commander of the 101st Brigade with class and elan. He built the brigade from the scratch and transformed the erstwhile rustic soldiers with crude weapons into a formidable and positively motivated fighting force. Banjo was far ahead of his colleagues in military tactics, operations, and strategy. Whilst his colleagues like Major Philip F. Young and Major General Alex Madiebo concentrated on the defensive position, as was in the military textbook, Banjo decided to launch an attack and take the fight to the enemies, sharing the Israeli belief that offense was the best form of defense. War after war, it has been demonstrated that attack would rattle the enemy and offer the best defense. Banjo planned his revolutionary attack in a new dimension. He believed that digging deep inside trenches and waiting for the Nigerian federal troops to attack was so old-fashioned and an invitation to a massacre of the unfortunate troops. He therefore invested his resources and military training to produce a mobile fighting force with enough capacity to spring surprise attacks and accommodate changes at short notices. He had conceived the idea and had a blueprint of how to do it within a short time. We read that his style and execution of his plans had been incorporated into military strategy in the United States military. I don't have any other source to prove that, but I'm reading what he wrote. With all the British military intelligence and the American CIA in Nigeria supplying the federal troops with the Biafran movement and plans, they were caught unaware. They did not see it coming. Banjo planned this battle secretly, and only His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of Biafra Armed Forces, Ojukwu himself, was aware of the plan. It was a top secret. Banjo decided to take Midwest and use it as a base to launch an attack on federal capital, Lagos. By the way, if he came up with all of these plans, how come Ojukwu said to him that when you get to let me read it to you, the first thing he said to him when he gets to the conditions he was going to give him, let me read to you. He says, after clearing the whole question with my executive council, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Biafran Armed Forces, I have decided to place at your disposal Biafran forces for the liberation of Yoruba land on the following clear conditions. Number one, you will have nothing to do with the military administrator in the Midwest territory during your sojourn there prior to your move to the West. If this man really took all those places, how come he's been instructed by Ojukwu not to even talk to the military administrator? By the way, he gave Ojukwu advice on who Ojukwu should appoint. But guess what? Ojukwu didn't care. He appointed an Igbo man. We'll get back to that later. And in case you are here saying it's a lie, the person's name is called Albert Okonkwo. The man, we'll read it, but let me just say it. The man suggested 3 names: Chimnel, Ogbemudia, and David Ejo. But no, Ojukwu wanted Nwawo. Then he changed his mind. Nwawo is Igbo, but it's in Midwest. He now took Okonkwo, who's also Igbo. Let's continue. So he says, Banjo planned this battle secretly, and only His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of Biafra Armed Forces, Ojukwu himself, was aware of the plan. It was a top secret. Banjo decided to take Midwest and use it as a base to launch an attack on federal capital Lagos and chase Gowon out of Dodam barracks. Edo and Delta states now were part of the Midwest of Nigeria. Initially, it was part of the West, but in 1963, the Midwest became a separate entity as one of the 4 geopolitical regions. The capital was Benin City. The Southwest was the only region that allowed another region to be carved out of it. The North and the Eastern regions refused to yield ground. The excision of the Midwest from the Western region was carried out hurriedly by those who were opposed to the political clout of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. They capitalized on his travail to organize a referendum behind his back at the time he was standing trial for treasonable felony. This we'll discuss maybe next week when we talk about state creation, the issue of state creation in Nigeria and what happened with the Midwest. When Banjo was promoted to the rank of Brigadier General by Ojukwu, he made it clear that it would be wrong to use the name Biafra Army because the Midwest was under Biafra's possession. He thought that the Midwest must be given the impression, please stay with me. It's Friday, so we're going to end this on a serious bang. When Banjo was promoted to the rank of Brigadier General by Ojukwu, he made it clear that it would be wrong to use the name Biafra Army because the Midwest was under Biafra's possession. He thought that the Midwest must be given the impression that the Biafran army was an army of occupation. Biafra still needed the cooperation, even if tacit, of the Midwest and the Southwest to push through in confronting the North. All efforts must be made to present the Biafran army as one of liberation with clear mandates to relieve their people of the burden imposed on them by the northern-dominated Nigerian state and army. Everybody talks about the North dominating, Okay. This was the core of the gentleman agreement between Banjo and Ojukwu. Other clauses included the resolve that Ojukwu would supply Banjo with soldiers and weapons who would be treated as an independent officer, and they would partner and collaborate in the enterprises. This is actually a joke. If Banjo, he believed it, Banjo believed in this joke. Ojukwu will give me soldier, I will now go, will now take over Yoruba land, I will now liberate it, will now be different, will now have a different nation, free of northern domination. Hallelujah, testimony time. It's a joke. Of course, he's not doing this because of Yoruba people. He's doing everything he's doing for his own sake and his own people's sake. Let's continue. So he says, they will partner and collaborate in the enterprises. He demanded that his fights should have a national outlook so that they would enlist the support of the Midwest and Southwest. It would seem that Banjo took it for granted that the partnership was of parity and that the Midwest and the Southwest would not be part of Biafra. This naivety probably informed his decision to codename the 101st Brigade the Liberation Army of Nigeria, which is what he called it. I'll explain. Though Ojukwu provided him with money, soldiers, and weapons, Banjo acted independently in operational method and command. He reorganized the 101st Brigade and chose disciplined officers to execute his plans. Lieutenant Colonel Emmanuel Fajuna, one of the coup plotters of January 66, was the chief of staff. They combined experiences, discipline, tactical and technical sophistication of the Troika of Banjo, Ifajuna, and Alale turned the 101st Brigade into a brutally efficient war machine, recording lightning speed successes one after the other. Just a quick thing here. Again, he's just confirming it. Banjo was naive. Guess what? Ademiga was also naive. Uzogu was also naive. And I think it's what they say about passionate and focused people. I learned something when I was in uni. It was a statement by one fantastic guy. He said, focus creates blindness. The person who first said it in my hearing was Fela Drotoye. This was in 2004 or so, or 5. He said, focus creates blindness. What you are focused on determines what you are blind towards. The focused revolutionary, you are not seeing the fact that the person you are working with has his own plans. You're just assuming that everybody is fine. This is a problem of obedient movement, Yoruba connection, or Yoruba division, or Yoruba caucus. You guys think that you know what you are doing. I can assure you, you don't know Jack. You don't know Jack. What you are doing is what you think is right. Who you are doing it with, you don't know what he is thinking. And until you do, stop being a willing tool in the hands of those who require you just for that purpose. I hope there's something to learn, because again, that's a major lesson from Victor Banjo. I mean, there are many lessons. Good man, but very naive. All right. We're going to move on very quickly. I want to get to Midwest before we go today. So please stay with me. We're going to fly. We're going to fly very fast. On 9th August 1967, in a swift military operation codenamed Torch, Brigadier Victor Banjo led his Liberation Army of Nigeria. Can you imagine? You have an army full of Igbo people based on Igbo ideology. You can't call them Liberation Army of Nigeria because of the goals that you have. The man say, okay, it's okay, call it Liberation Army of Nigeria, but in his mind, he's going to liberate your town, your people, and then own it. That's the plan. If Banjo had been around his wife and family, they would have seen and pointed out to Banjo what he could not see. I agree with you, Kubo, on YouTube. I agree with you. I agree. Oh, this is what I was looking for. Thank God, it's here. while I was reading, I was just thinking, where did I find that thing? Where is it? Where is it? I should way lower. So let's fly. Are you ready? Fasten your seatbelt. We're about to fly. On 9th August 1967, in a swift military operation codenamed Torch, Brigadier Victor Banjo led his Liberation Army of Nigeria across the River Niger Bridge into Asaba. He split up his army on reaching Agbo with the 12th Battalion under Lieutenant Colonel Akaga, moving west and capturing Benin and Ore. Ore is a Yoruba commercial frontier town on the Shagamu-Benin Highway in Ondo State. The 13th Battalion under Lieutenant Colonel Mike Ivonso took Auchi, Agenebode, and Okene. Guys, please remember this, and in case I have to remember, but guess what? Let me write it down. There's something that just came to mind right now. I'm going to refer to it later, but me back be so it might be the exact call. When we get to, there's a book called The Midwest Response to Biafra's Invasion by Uyilawa Oswalele. When we read that book, please remember this. Mambo, Mambo. I'll explain something quickly. When we get to that book, there are two things you should remember, and I'm going to remember by God's grace. I'm writing it down anyway. That number one, Victor Banjo led people into the Midwest. What he led was a brigade. You know what? As I'm saying, let me even write it down. Victor Umbo. This is, sometimes you have this thing that just comes. Victor Banjo led a brigade. That's the first point. I'm going to remember it next time I'm reading that book. Number two, a brigade is made up of 3 to 6 battalions. I think we discussed that yesterday, right? Those battalions are led by different officers. Why is all this important? Because when you get to Uyilawa's book, you're going to discover that. One second, be like say, you discover that the way was different from battalion to battalion. What happened in Warri and in Sapele and Ugeli was different from what happened in Benin, was different from what happened in Agenebode. And the reason I'm saying that is because when we begin to discuss how the Midwest was invaded, people will remind you that, but it was Victor Banjo who invaded the Midwest. And they are right. He led the army. But when people start talking about how, for instance, before they even left, Madebo already had a problem with him, saying he's not Igbo. Hefiong also had a problem with him in terms of commanding the militia and the brigade at the same time. And then you now see what the Igbos who led the battalion into the Midwest, what they did. We'll get to that in this conversation. But if I didn't explain it very well, it's because I'm talking. I think I'm talking to myself. But don't worry. When it's time to explain it, I'll go deeper. But let's go on with the book. So it's page 85 and page 95. Mumbo. By the way, if you don't understand Yoruba, Mumbo means I'm coming. Let's continue. On 9th August 67, on 9th August 1967, in a swift military operation codenamed Torch, Brigadier Victor Banjo led his Liberation Army of Nigeria across the River Niger Bridge into Asaba. He split up his army on reaching Agbo with the 12th Battalion under Lieutenant Colonel Akaga, moving west and capturing Benin and Ore. Remember the person who moved west and captured Benin and Ore? Ore is a Yoruba commercial frontier town on the Shagamu-Benin Highway in Ondo State. Then you have the 13th Battalion, under Lieutenant Colonel Mike Ivonso took Auchi, Agenebode, and Okene. By the way, Okene is in Kogi State too. You see how Biafra they spread. Biafra spread, reach Auchi, Agenebode. That's why you have Samanepa writing his 40 states of doom. The 18th Battalion under Major Chukwuka was saddled with the responsibility of taking Warri, Sapele, and Ogeli, which they did successfully. Within 12 hours, the Liberation Army of Nigeria had completely taken the Midwest. David Ejo, the military governor, escaped the ambush set up secretly by Ojukwu. This part, I think you're going to like it, so please listen attentively. Thank you very much. It says here, David Ejo, the Nigerian military governor, escaped the ambush set up secretly by Ojukwu. Who is David Ejo? He was the military governor of the Midwest. The plan to abduct Ejo was, however, hatched without Banjo's knowledge, and this might have been responsible for his escape. Ejo later surfaced in Lagos, claiming to ride a bicycle through the bush and covering a distance of about 322 kilometers. By the way, if you read On a Darkling Plain by Ken Sarewa, they had a huge laugh over the idea that he rode the bicycle from Benin all the way to Lagos. Of course, those who saw him said he looked too much fresher than a man who had been riding a bicycle and slept rough in the bush for 4 days. Ojukwu secretly planned David Ejo's assassination, whereas Banjo had met Ejo. I will explain everything I'm reading now. Whereas Banjo had met Ejo and guaranteed his safety. He even offered him protection from Biafra soldiers. Ejo declined the offer. Ojukwu would have killed him and placed the blame on Banjo. Ejo escaped the ambush anyway. Such was the treachery of Ojukwu against Banjo. What is he saying? What he's saying is this. After telling Banjo, it's time to go. I missed something. I'll read it now. After telling Banjo that it's time to go to the Midwest and carry out this thing, Ojukwu then sent another message to one of his officers to kidnap and kill David Ejo. When Banjo got to the east, he was waxing lyrical. He told to go to the Midwest. He was waxing lyrical. He told David Ejo, you are safe. Nobody's going to touch you. You will be fine. All those things, not knowing that the person that sent him also says somebody else to kill the person whose safety he was guaranteeing. Before we go a bit deeper, I remember something I was going to read earlier about the conversation that Ojukwu had with Victor Banjo before he left. This book is called Just Before Dawn, written by Kole Omoto Shaw. Again, check Read the Main books for this. Okay. It's going to be a long read. Let me get the page. We are getting to the sweet part of this thing. We will not finish it today, but we're going to continue on Monday. But you're going to like this one. So this is Just Before Dawn by Colin Motosho. He says here, for someone with ambition for political power, Ojukwu was a brilliant tactician, but a poor strategist. Throughout the period of the Civil War and even the events that led to it, he continuously narrowed his future options for immediate advantages. Again, not surprising. That's what happened with Hiroshi as well. Sharp. Wait if he gets right now. You're not thinking long term. He says he continuously narrowed his future options for immediate advantages, which were more often than not of limited use to his grand design. He embodied the Igbo man par excellence in his blunt refusal to recognize Gowon, his refusal to participate in the deliberations of the ad hoc Constitutional Committee, his rigid stand on Aburi, his rejection of Decree 8. That's it again here. The only person who will tell you that, let me tell you something. If somebody tells you that, oh, we are starting on Biafra, this man, what's his name? What's his name? Go on, did not do Biafra. The only people that think like that are Igbo people, with all due respect. Those who understand it know that Gowon actually gave him Decree 8, Ojukwu rejected it. So you just saw it here, and he embodied the Igbo man par excellence. By the way, thank you very much for what you wrote in the comment section. Kubo, Banjo was working for Ojukwu while Ojukwu was busy working against Banjo. Olowe Yoba kan. It's Raz, but Mason Yoba, it's a bit Raz, but it's actually apt for what you just wrote there. Or they don't show you, isa ekute, kumo pe, Olodumare non show you diom. I won't explain. And don't show you isa ekute. All right. Olodumare non show you dire. He says Ojukwu embodied the Igbo man par excellence. In his blunt refusal to recognize Gowon, his refusal to participate in the deliberations of the ad hoc Constitutional Committee, his rigid stand on Aburi, his rejection of Decree 8, the insistence on expelling non-Easterners from the East, and his treatment of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. All this marked him out as a strong character who seemed forever undermining himself and overestimating the true position of things. If there was one weakness he shared with his guest, Victor Banjo, a fellow officer in the army, it was a passion for politics. It was now just past midnight, and both of them sat in the uncluttered, elegant private sitting room, which Ojukwu used for entertaining his companions throughout the night. He rarely went to bed before dawn, and he would then sleep until mid-morning. There were drinks on the table, and Ojukwu relaxed with a pack of cigarettes. What I mean is this, Victor Banjo repeated, speaking in the cultivated speech rhythm of the Yoruba speaker of English. There is need to de-emphasize the suffering of the Igbo, to go beyond the East and speak on behalf of all Nigerians here and everywhere. This is Biafra, my friend, replied Ojukwu, smiling faintly. Remember that. I do remember. You should have seen me arriving at Enugu International Airport. Out comes this disembarkation card, an antique postcard on which I had to write all the typical immigration information: name, nationality, port of embarkation, vessel, destination in Biafra, address overseas, reasons for visit. They were efficient still. And Victor Banjo paused to sip the cold beer he had poured for himself. We must enlarge the base of the struggle beyond the suffering of the Igbo. Victor, I don't know if you know how much people have suffered. You have seen photographs, films from our Ministry of Information. You need to see these people. Guys on TikTok, please power tap. We are having a little issue here. It says, Victor, I don't know if you know how much people have suffered. You have seen photographs, films from our Ministry of Information. You need to see these people. People with names and children and next of kin and ambitions for the future. Pictures and newspaper features cannot show the extent of the brutality practiced on the Igbo in the north. How does one ignore that? In his mind, Ojukwu wondered if Victor Banjo could be of use to him, if this was his attitude. Yet, he knew that Victor Banjo could not simply go back to the other side without incurring danger to himself. Thus, it was in his interest to stay on the side of Biafra. We must not forget the feelings of the minorities, Banjo continued. They are of importance in the way this whole thing will turn out. Don't talk to me about minorities, Ojukwu said, waving aside the issue. Victor Banjo could not believe that someone with Ojukwu's intelligence could not recognize that the case of the Igbo must be a base to launch forward for the rest of the country. Was this a repeat of Zik of Africa, Zik of Nigeria, Zik of Eastern Region, Zik of Onitsha, and just finally ordinary Zik? What a waste of talent. The night dragged by and they seemed to be getting nowhere. From time to time, someone would drift in and then out. Ojukwu would excuse himself and go to speak to someone at the entrance to the sitting room and then come back. I'm trying not to spend time on that Zik of Africa thing, or just Zik at the end of the day. Sorry. Let's go back to the book. Ojukwu would excuse himself and go to speak to someone at the entrance of the sitting room and then come back. Both of them had looked forward to this encounter, but they seemed to be stuck, each in his own position. I do not make light of the suffering of the Igbo. I think it is a shame that we must all bear for a long time in our history. But that should be the beginning of our struggle rather than the end. That is my position. Let us see what is possible at every point, use it and then go on. That is the only way to do things. For instance, your attitude to the old politicians is simply not good enough. We need them and they can be used and then disposed of. Then you do not know them, Ojukwu interjected. Once you bring them in, you cannot get rid of them that easily. I don't want any of them around me. There was a long silence. Then Victor Banjo suddenly asked, what are my instructions for the Midwest? Your target is Lagos via Benin and Ibadan. Ojukwu said warmly, as if he was now in an area of certainty. The Midwest thing was his brainchild, and the simplicity of it astounded him. Once the idea occurred to him, the execution of it seemed so simple, he could not understand how nobody else had thought of it. It is absolutely compulsory that you move fast. Surprise is the only weapon we have. Go to Lagos, everything is arranged. You leave tomorrow night. How do you contact your people in Ibadan? Through Wole Soyinka, the playwright. You know him? Ojukwu responds, yes, I do, yes. He is to make contact. There should be no problem. That statement did not represent what Victor Banjo felt in his guts. It was not going to be easy. He was going to Yoruba land as what? Conqueror in the name of the Igbo, in the name of Ojukwu. What role could he apportion to them in Biafra? How could he, in the short period available to him, convince his people that his aims and those of Ojukwu were miles apart and would continue to be so for quite some time? That what put them together was the need to break the status quo and redistribute power in the nation. Victor, Ojukwu said, you are dozing. Why don't you go and rest for now and get ready for this major work? I wasn't dozing really, just thinking. All the same, go and sleep and rest yourself. Everything is in order for your move tomorrow. On August 9, 1967, Victor Banjo led Biafran forces into the Midwest and threatened the western states and Lagos. Panic spread throughout the country. As soon as they got to Benin, Banjo contacted Wole Soyinka through a telephone number in the University of Ibadan. He gave him the names of some military personnel he should see and asked him to confirm their support for his move into the West. Of these people, the most important was Olusegun Obasanjo, commander of the Nigerian forces in the West. Wole Soyinka conducted Obasanjo and they talked on the move, driving through the silent night of Ibadan. As soon as Obasanjo dropped Wole Soyinka off at the petrol station where he had picked him up earlier that night, he contacted Gowon to report that it had been proposed that he let Banjo into the western region. Wole Soyinka was later picked up and incarcerated for the duration of the Civil War. We're going to stop here and go to Soyinka's book to explain what happened here. And then when we are done, we'll now go back to what happened in Benin. Let's go back to the book by Soyinka. The book is called You Must Set Forth at Dawn. He says here, I was left only with one individual on Victor Banjo's call list. The most critical, Olusegun Obasanjo, officer commanding Western Zone. It was the moment of truth, the hardest, most risk-laden decision of all. Obasanjo's junior officers, with whom I had maintained steady contact since my return, warned me to beware. In the same breath, they clearly wished, well, maybe if. I weighed the risks. They were difficult days for objective, rational choices. While I hesitated, Victor Banjo broke through to the Midwest. But now he paused to secure the Midwest militarily and politically, making inflammatory broadcasts. We're going to go back to that much later. The West became confused and awaited direction from its leaders. Why was Obasanjo? Why did they feel like he was the man to help? Because he was the leader, he was the officer commanding the western zone of the Nigerian military. If you got him to help, that means that Victor Banjo could just, you know what? Maybe if I read to you how they took over the Midwest, it would be easier. Maybe if I read how they took over the Midwest, it would be easier for you to understand. The way they took over the Midwest was by working with Igbo officers in the Midwest. The major person in the Midwest at the time was Nwawo. There was Nwawo, there was Ochei, then there was Isiche. They opened the door for him essentially. He was trying to repeat that same thing in Yoruba land. That must have been done by Ojukwu by appealing to the Igbos who were in the Midwest. Please, this was the books I've consulted. I don't list books. As I'm saying it, please just write it down. I can't, even me, the books I've read today, I'm just moving from one to another. As you are listening, please write down. I beg. When you guys say list all the books, I'll now say, so every show I'll now be writing Abba. Let somebody even be a helper. Write it down and post it. Don't tell me to be writing down the list of all the books I'm reading. Please now. So in the midst of I'll be typing, I'll be speaking, I'll be thinking Abba. F1 list here. If not need the list here, believe it or not. Thank you very much for your understanding. Where was I? When we read how they took over the Midwest, you will understand why. You know what? Maybe we should read it, because instead of saying when we read. If you notice, I'm moving away from, because this thing I'm reading right now, I have to read from three sources: from Omotosho, from Shoyinka, and then from Obasanjo. But let me read to you how they got the Midwest so you can understand. I'm trying to answer the question in the comment section. You understand why they need Obasanjo. Ombo. Okay. I'm going to read, guys, please, just do me a favor. As you hear them, I just the right time. Please, you are helping me too. It doesn't work for me to stop, right? List. Right, Abba. Right now, believe it or not, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 books open, and there are others that are not open, and we're still going to consult. So please try and understand. Thank you. The next book I want to read now, to explain what I want to say, is The Tragedy of Victory by Brigadier General Godwin Alabi Sama. This is the book. That's the book. Okay? The Tragedy of Victory, on the spot account of the Nigeria-Biafra War in the Atlantic Theater by Brigadier General Godwin Alabi Isama. So let me read to you how they got that stuff. What I did not understand as an army officer was how on earth Biafran troops got to Sapele and Warri. What would they have been looking for there? What tactics or strategy was that? One would have thought that the Biafrans had an aim and a plan to achieve it. To my mind, if I were in the Biafran High Command and Lagos was my objective, what would be my aim? Biafran entry into the Midwest was, to my mind, a military blunder. There were better objectives than Benin and Lagos. What about Benue? The Benue River would have given Biafra a very good line of defense to the north. Because they're not trying to fight against the north, they're trying to take over Nigeria. That's the point. The Biafrans depended on the Midwest Igbo officers. This is where I'm going. The Biafrans depended on the Midwest Igbo officers, who in the end were not helpful to their cause. They opened the door for them, but they were not helpful to their cause in the long run. A traitor is always a traitor, and what you compromise to get, in the end, you lose. Some of the Midwest senior officers that sold out and went to join Chime, Ben Waje, Igboba, Ochie, and the worst of them all, Captain Joe Isichie. All these officers had appointments in Biafra. Some even commanded Biafran troops in battle. These officers had their parents and families at Asaba and their hometowns in the Midwest, but they were fighting for Biafra across the Niger, where most of them were later relieved of their duties in Biafra as saboteurs, including Ben Waje at the Owerri front. The man called Achuzia, a civilian Midwesterner, fought for Biafra, as did Lieutenant Colonel Mora. As did Lieutenant Colonel Mora, who became the paymaster in Biafra. How could Biafra have won such a war? As soon as the firing was too heavy to bear, they thought of Mama and Papa back in the peaceful Midwest. Then they ran away. Most were losers. Let us for once imagine that Biafra became a reality. What part of Biafra would they have belonged to? What would have happened to their children in future? These senior officers, like most leaders in Nigeria, never thought of the consequences of their actions, as most of them believed that they would live forever. Okay, we're going to come back to this later. So let's stop here for now. Let me mark it. There's one more source to understand what happened and how they got into Biafra, how they got into Benin. Mambo. Let me read that last part. When the federal troops re-entered Asaba, when the Midwest was recaptured, many of their kith and kin were brutally massacred in hundreds. Could this have happened if they were there? We'll continue from here as we go to another source. I see somebody writing in the comment section. Thank you so much for helping. Thank you for writing the list. And please, Adekunle, please do me Adekunle, please do me a favor. Whatever you write, please send it to me on Telegram, please. Thank you. If I told you that most of the books I read, no, not most, about 3 of the books I read today, I did not think I was going to read them. So, but there's one I wanted to use to confirm what I just read right now. Give me a second. The book is called wow. It's Midwest. Mambo. Where is the book now? I read it here the other day. In answering your question, we're also moving the story forward, so we're on the same page. By the way, I think I actually I just found out that I have a document opened here, a special branch report. I think it's on Telegram. Please, if you're on Telegram, please check if that document is there. If it's not there, I will drop it. But I think it should be there. Where is this book? Mambo. Okay. So why? What's happening? Something's happened I don't understand, but we have to just work with this. So this is called Midwest States is Longo. The title of this one is Midwest States. Midwest States non-Igbo minorities responses to the Biafran occupation and federal liberation in the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970. Short, just Midwest response to Biafran occupation. All right, I want to, you know what, I have to find this stuff because I marked something there. Just give me a second. It's going to help this conversation, but there's a way we have to find it, or else. Thank you, my able moderator. Thank you. I see you. Bomombo. I have a little issue here. If I could just get it sorted, then we'll really have a great time and end on a... By the way, if you're trying to come up, please, I'm going to bring you up in a bit. Don't worry, it's Friday. I think I can afford another 30 minutes. I hope we're not going to stay too long, but we'll see. You know what? Let's not waste time. Let me just read from this one. So this was written by Uilawa Uswanlele. He's a professor in the Department of History at State University of New York, Oswego, New York, United States. Minority rights and the national question in Nigeria. Number one. Contrary to Achebe's claim, what did Achebe claim? Achebe claimed that the non-Igbo Nigerians used every opportunity, particularly the failed Igbo secession bid. In fact, let me read from the beginning to give it, maybe not from the beginning, let's just read from this point. So he says, in recent times, guys, please, I have to change this audio. Oh God, sorry guys. I have to change the audio source. This one is going to go off anytime soon. So please give me some time. I apologize for this long break, but worth it. I'll make it worth your while. Once I start reading this one, you like it. You'll be like, now finally, I see the reason for the break. Umbo. I believe in you. Okay. Hello? Hello? I hope everybody can hear me. Shane going by. Just to be sure. Hello? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your feedback. Thanks a lot. Okay, let's go on. So I'm reading again, Midwest States, let's just say minority rights and the national question in Nigeria, or the Midwest States non-Igbo minorities' responses to the Biafran occupation and federal liberation in the Nigerian Civil War. That's a mouthful. The writer is Uilawa Uswanlele. He's of the Department of History, State University of New York, Oswego, New York, USA. In recent times, the Nigerian Civil War has begun to receive renewed attention from scholars. One notable tendency in the historiography of the war is the increasing recharacterization of the war as genocide against the Igbo ethnic group, who are identified as the sole victims. This perspective may be traced back to Biafran's war claims, which was popularized by the international, especially Western media, covering the war, and by humanitarian organizations operating inside the secessionist Biafran enclave. Both the Biafran war propaganda and some recent scholarship have rendered the war in terms of Nigerian, identified personalities and ethnic groups as victimizers and perpetrators of genocide on the one hand, and Biafrans, particularly Igbos, as victims on the other. For instance, the eminent scholar Chinua Achebe explained the war as motivated by ethnic jealousy. Again, is in his book, There Was a Country, which again is a joke, with all due respect. He says that the whole war happened because everybody was jealous of them. He explained the war as motivated by ethnic jealousy and hatred of Igbo culture, Igbo culture induced achievement drive versus the lethargic culture of non-Igbo Nigerians, which has constrained the latter's achievement in their competition with the Igbo in virtually every sphere in the ongoing modernization process in Nigeria. Achebe further claimed that the non-Igbo Nigerians used every opportunity, particularly the failed Igbo secession bid and the civil war, as a means of pushing the Igbo out of the coveted positions they occupied in the Nigerian political economy. Contrary to Achebe's claim, the conflict and war were not this simplistic and straightforward. It was a complicated belligerency that victimized many Igbo and non-Igbo ethnic groups as well. In addition, the Igbo also victimized their fellow Igbo and non-Igbo ethnic group members. Apart from northern Nigeria, which recorded incidents of violent conflicts with the Igbo prior to the 1966 coup and program against the Igbo that culminated in the war, there had been no violent conflicts between other Nigerian ethnic groups and the Igbo. Only with the civil war between 1967 and 1970 did violent conflicts with the Igbo occur in the Midwest states. This followed the invasion and occupation by the secessionist Biafran army of the Midwest region for some weeks under the guise of liberating Midwest from the northern Nigerian military junta domination. Biafra secessionists later declared the Midwest region the new Republic of Benin, but the predominantly non-Igbo minority ethnic groups that make up the Midwest state celebrated neither the liberation nor the new republic. Rather, the minorities of the Midwest joined the Federal Army in routing the occupying Biafran troops, during which some Igbos and non-Igbos were alleged to have collaborated with the Biafran occupying force were killed. I'm going to move very fast. Now, remember what I said about what we discovered in the book by Nia Borishade. Now, that information will be very, very necessary. We're going to do this again on Monday, I'm sure. But I'll quickly... let me read this part. It was based on this routing of Biafrans and collaborators that Chima Korie argued that the Midwest region towns remain the most visible evidence of what Okocha called the first black-on-black genocide in Africa. He substantiates his claims with evidence from Dr. Mensah. Let's just go on. Of Dr. Mensah-led International Committee on the Investigation of Crimes and of Genocides, appointed by the secessionist state of Biafra, Investigators Report of 1969, which paraphrased, in Benin, the federal capital of the Midwestern region, evidence indicates that Biafran residents of the town were called out to the open. This was what the Biafrans were saying. This was what the Igbo people were saying. So he says that the Biafran residents of the town were called out into the open, where they were exterminated. Colonel Cruz O'Brien reported the barbarity of this incident. It appears that this type of mass extermination of Biafrans started in the Midwestern region, and the process became widespread in other regions. I'm going to move to the part I'm actually looking for. There's another I have it somewhere else where I marked it, but I can't find that one. So now I'm just groping, but I'm going to find what I need. Just give me a moment. I think I see. Let's read it from here. Let's read it from here. I think, okay, I found what I'm looking for. Oh, I found it. Thank God. Sorry, guys. It took a while, but took me a while, but I'm finally here. All right. So let's continue now. The redeployment of Midwest Igbo military officers to the Midwest region reinforced the pre-existing overwhelming influence of the Midwestern Igbos in the administration by adding a military dimension to their power. So what they say basically is that 1963, the Midwest region was created. The first premier was Dennis Osadebe, and he was from the minority group, but he was Igbo. He got there because of many reasons. One of it being that not only was he in NCNC, he was in the party of the folks. I mean, the folks who were the leaders of the party or who had made the party their own were Igbos. NCNC was originally nationalistic, but it became an Igbo party after Azikiwe moved to the east. They just made it Enugu matter. And so they used their resources and whatever to ensure that the Igbo man was the leader, was the premier of the Midwest region, even though the Igbos were a minority in the Midwest, even back then. The majority were the Edo people. And you know what, let me read something about that, because I think it's going to help the conversation so that you have a better appreciation of this. So it says here, the Midwest was ruled by an Igbo minority group. The Igbo population in the Midwest amounted to 342,503. So it says, by the way, it first said the Midwest region was a misnomer in Nigerian post-independence regional politics. Contrary to the convention, where majority ethnic groups ruled and dominated the minority ethnic groups in their regions, the Midwest was ruled by an Igbo minority group. The Igbo population in the Midwest amounted to 342,503. Compared with the majority Edo, Benin, Afema, and Ishan. You know, they always call themselves together, even though they are different groups, but they call themselves together. And together they were 688,404. Urhobo and Isoko, 323,315. Ijo, 82,284. Ishekiri, 54,284. When we discuss the history of state creation, I promise to explain how this all happened. But in reality, Benin should have been, or Benin or Edo, someone from that area should have been, or the plan was that they would be the leaders of the new region. But of course, while Oba of Benin was working with Azikiwe, thinking that they were doing something for the people, Azikiwe knew who he was doing something for. You know exactly who he did it for. So he ensured it was an Igbo man that became the leader. But we'll come back to that later. So that was the only place in all the regions in Nigeria where the minority was the one leading the majority, but the political power. So you already have a lot of Igbo people in different things in the region. It says here, the preceding killings of Igbos in the northern region in May 1966, and during the counter coup of July 1966, resulted in the redeployment of military officers to their regions of origin. These brought many officers of Midwestern Igbo origin into the Midwest administration. The redeployment of Midwestern Igbo military officers to the Midwest reinforced the pre-existing overwhelming influence of the Midwestern Igbos in the administration by adding a military dimension to their power. By the way, the man, David Ejo, who was now the head of government in 1967, was Urhobo. Right, but he was a military guy. A lot of people that are now brought in were Igbos. What are we trying to establish? What Brigadier General Alabi Sama said in his book about how Igbos helped the Biafrans invade or take over the Midwest. Hence, so it says the redeployment of Midwestern Igbo military officers to the Midwest region reinforced the pre-existing overwhelming influence of the Midwestern Igbos in the administration by adding a military dimension to their power. Hence, the military coups of January and July 1966 only removed the Midwestern Igbo as the overall head of government of the Midwest region without bringing about a significant change. With the exception of the military governor, Lieutenant Colonel David Ejo, almost all the senior military officers were of Midwestern Igbo extraction. The Midwestern Igbo not only dominated the military council, but also resented the idea of representation of members of other ethnic groups in the council. Ejo reported the protests of Midwestern Igbo officers against the appointment of Major Samuel Ogbemudia, Bini Edo, and Eremobo Eshan Edo into the council because of their junior rank. But he had to do it for purposes of ethnic representation and to safeguard himself from the Igbo. Everywhere you look, everybody's complaining about domination, but you say it's their fault. It's not your fault. Akika. This is not where I'm going now. I'm just building something. I want to rush. Let's read it. Ogbemudia also hinted that one of the Midwestern Igbo officers, Lieutenant Colonel Conrad Wanwo. Who is Wanwo? Is the one that Alabi Sama said opened the door for thief. Oshile Kunfole. I just did one kiki style here now. So he bore a grudge against Lieutenant Colonel Ejo because the former claimed that he was not the most senior officer. Sorry, he claimed that he was the most senior officer and ought to have been appointed the military governor. Ogbemudia's suggestion was corroborated by Onyia, who claimed to have mediated the dispute between Wanwo and Ejo over the former's disobedience and disrespect towards the latter. We're giving you the background so that you know exactly who the people that opened the door for Ule, who they were. In addition to domination of the military council, the top echelon of the civil administration remained under Midwestern Igbo domination. Of the 13 permanent secretaries in the regional government, 6 were Igbo, whereas the Igbo inhabited only 3 of the 11 divisions of the region. Similarly, 40% of the civil service was Igbo, and they also constituted the majority of the police force. It was also alleged that the Igbo permanent secretaries were assigned to the most strategic ministries and offices. There were also the problem of Igbo and non-Igbo refugees relocated to the Midwest region from the north. Now let's jump to how they invaded. That was just a background, not for this conversation. We're going to come back to this for another thing later. The day I talk about how they cornered civil service rules all over Nigeria, that's when you discover that people are in come bear. Okay, let's continue. So I'm jumping a lot of paragraphs because of time, but I hope we're getting the message. The leadership of Biafra under Ojukwu not only claimed the right to self-defense, but went further in assigning itself the task of liberating southern Nigeria. Just read the part I think will help us understand this thing, and then when I come on Monday, everything I'm jumping, I'll come back to. But let me just read the part about the invasion, okay? I found it, that arrow. The election is very small, so let me read that part for you. This is what we need. This is what we really want to read, and then we'll go back. I'll explain all these things next week. The ease of invasion and occupation of the Midwest was facilitated by the weaker military force and armaments of the Midwest Military Area Command, and more importantly, by the connivance of the most senior Midwestern Igbo officers who had almost complete control of the armory. Ogbemudia, one of the senior non-Igbo officers, alleged that the Midwestern Igbo officers tricked the non-Igbo officers to hand over the keys of the armory and remove most of the magazines on the eve of invasion. There are also accounts of lax security in Asaba, the Midwestern Igbo major town, and gateway to the Midwest state, resulting in clashes between the police and the army on the eve of the Biafran invasion over the security of the bridge. Ogbemudia also alleged that Colonel Wanwo, a Midwestern Igbo, Ogbemudia also alleged that Colonel Wanwo, a Midwestern Igbo officer, showed a lackadaisical attitude towards the invasion and only called a meeting after Biafran troops had effectively occupied the state. Wanwo quickly switched sides and defected to Biafra. Other Midwestern Igbo officers who worked for Biafra stated their different reasons for supporting Biafra. An instance is Colonel Okwechime, who justified his support for Biafra with the allegation of a secret landing of federal naval ships in the Midwest that violated Midwest declared neutrality. So, if you put this, what he said here, together with what Alabi Sama was saying, when he called them traitors and weak men, then you see how easy it was for the Biafran guys to get into the Midwest, which would then answer the question that the person asked at the Koye, that what Victor Banjo was trying to do was to replicate the same in Yoruba land by appealing to the most senior officer in Ibadan, that was Olusegun Obasanjo, of course not the military governor, but that guy, that he, just like Nwanwo and Okwechime and Isiche and Oche, how they did for them in the Midwest, then you have Obasanjo also do it for them in the West. There are details to this. I could do it now, but I will still be jumping pages because of time. So let's stop here for now. Let me just round up everything we discussed, and then I promise we're going to continue from next Monday, talking about what happened in the Midwest, the crazy things happen in the Midwest. Okay, Biafrans don't tell you this. Igbos don't talk about it. You'd never find this in any book by Frederick Forsyth or by Chino Achebe, but those things happened. You also will not find it in this book I'm looking at right now, the one by Ojukwu. He didn't mention it either, but they were wonderful, crazy people. The things they did, crazy stuff. All right, what have we done so far today? We've gone from January 1566, when the first coup was executed, to 16th of January, when people like Victor Banjo helped to rally support for Ironsi, to 17th of January, when Ironsi and people like Kurubo and Awuna ensured that Victor Banjo, who was supposed to be on the side of Ironsi, was arrested, and it's interesting, they even announced that he was already killed. They announced his death before he was arrested. And which means, and that's why his sister wrote in the book that the plan was to kill him, and that the only reason they didn't kill him was because there was a foreign visitor in the reception room at the time. But he was arrested. From there, he landed in the naval ship. From there to Kirikiri. From Kirikiri to Aba. From Aba to Ikorekpene. From Ikorekpene to Enugu. He was in Enugu at the time Biafra was declared on May 30th, 1967. He chose to work with Ojukwu, who released him. And in his mind, because of this whole idea of, again, a revolutionary, an idealistic person, and all of them. But let me even say this. If you read the book by Ben Bule, The Nigeria's Five Majors, you would think that today, Nigeria will, all of us will be Muslims by now. What he kept saying was, oh, the Muslim guys, the Sharia. Read the book. Don't take my word for it. Nigeria's Five Majors by Ben Bule. Oh, there's going to be Sharia. These Muslim people want to take over our land. They'll do this. They'll do that. That mindset was also what all these revolutionary guys had. Maybe not from the Muslim perspective, but definitely from the Northern perspective. Oh, there's the Northern domination, which is real in some instances. But they forget that the person who is working with them is also seeking to dominate Yoruba land, e.g., Igbo people, through Ojukwu. But he worked with him. Yoruba leaders sent message to him to get him to work for us in Yoruba land, because at the time, military officers were being repatriated to their to their regions of origin. So it would be like a very, very important tool in the hands of. It would be a very, very important addition to the military, and even lead the military in Yoruba land. But it didn't come He worked with Biafra because they had a plan. The plan was not just to come to Yoruba land and secure Yoruba land. For him, the plan was to liberate Yoruba land from the stranglehold of the North. So what he did was to work with Biafra, right, to train their soldiers. First, he started by training their militia, trained the brigade, and then created something called the 101st Brigade of the Biafran Army that he decided to name Liberation Army of Nigeria. He did not believe in secession. You find that in the book that we read from Soyinka's interview of Victor Banjo. The book is called You Must Set Forth at Dawn. Victor Banjo did not believe in Biafra, right? But he thought it was a means to an end. If I help this man, he will give me the soldiers and give me the weapons and all of that to be able to liberate my people. And then we read from Just Before Dawn by Kolio Motosho, the kind of exchange that happened between them and how, he reached out to Soyinka eventually, and then Soyinka, of course, reached out to Olusegun Obasanjo, but that's a topic for another day. We're going to discuss that on Monday. Anyway, he took his people, moved into the Midwest, but they wouldn't have been able to get into the Midwest without the support of Igbo people, Igbo officers in the Midwest. And what we read from Uyilawa Oswanlele's book is that a lot of the Midwest officers at the time who had been repatriated to the region were Igbos. Sorry. A lot of them were Igbos, and they controlled a lot of things in that space. And he referred to things said by David Ejo, who was the military governor of the region at the time. He also referred to Ogbemudia, who, by the way, not only was he on the council, but was also one of the people that were recommended by Victor Banjo to Ojukwu. But we're going to get to that maybe on Monday. Anyway, they got in there, they took over the space, and the way they took over the space is one of the things we're going to discuss on Monday as well. How terrible it was, especially when you look at it from the perspective of the different battalions, whether it was the 13th Battalion or the 18th Battalion, what they did in Warri, in Ughelli, in Sapele. We'll discuss all of that on Monday. But one of the things I want us to take away is something from the introduction to Uyilawa Oswanlele's book, that there's a narrative that, there was a genocide committed against the Igbo people. The truth is that nothing of such happened. What really happened was Igbo people committing genocide against other people. If you think I'm lying, wait until Monday, I'll read those things to you. But it's important for us to put these things out there and to also understand the roles that certain people played, including our own Victor Banjo, who is a Yoruba man, who decided to fight on Biafran side. But he was not the only one who fought for Biafra. There was Victor Banjo, there was Adewale Ademoyiga, there was Foloye Wole, there was Ganiyu Adeleke. Those people fought on the side of Biafra. Some of them gave us their reasons. We're going to consider those things next week, but we read one yesterday from Foloye Wole, who talked about soldiering as his trade, as his craft, and that he just practiced his craft. But then we're going to listen to Adewale Ademoyiga's explanation or excuse for joining Biafra Army when we come on Monday. But lastly, I will say this. Banjo did all of these things because he felt that this man will give him all the things he required to liberate Yoruba land. The day Banjo left the East, he did not leave with the idea of surrendering Yoruba land in the hands of Ojukwu. All he thought was, we're going to Lagos, we're going to free Yoruba land, free the Midwest, free Yoruba land, free Lagos, and then send the Northerners back to the North. It was after he had conquered, or after he had invaded, I should say, the Midwest, and some things have happened in the Midwest on the 9th of August, and he had settled in the Midwest. 13 days later, Ojukwu then sent him a letter telling him what he should do, and that when he took over the Midwest, it will be under his own command. He will be the one telling us in Yoruba land what to do. That may have been one of the reasons that made him also spend some time, vacillating or not deciding very quickly, because going to the Midwest, just like what Kolio Motosho said, and I think that's where I'm going to end it. I'm going to read that part, and then we're going to end. I'm going to bring people up in a second. What Kolio Motosho said is actually very, very instructive, and I think is the best way to end my talk for now. It says here, The statement that Victor Banjo made, which was, is to make the contact, there should be no problem, that statement did not represent what Victor Banjo felt in his guts. It was not going to be easy. He was going to Yoruba land as what? Conqueror in the name of the Igbo, in the name of Ojukwu. What role could he apportion to them in Biafra? How could he, in the short period available to him, convince his people that his aims and those of Ojukwu were miles apart and will continue to be so for quite some time? That what put them together was the need to break the status quo and redistribute power in the nation. I said that to say this. If you're a Yoruba person working with folks from the Southeast, especially in your obedient movement, I don't care how good you think everybody is. I respect people. I think people are good. I expect the best of them. But you see, this ethnic idea is alive and well, even in Nigerian politics today. That's why I discovered that the committee that was set up to celebrate Peter Obi, the one they put on Twitter last week, there's no Yoruba person among them. Why? You're not fit enough to be part of that kind of thing. You're supposed to just be, there to be used. But the question is, when you go with them, just like we treated Victor Banjo, and I'm going to read to you what Papa said about Victor Banjo in August of 1967. He didn't mention his name directly, but was referring to him about the fact that nobody of any ethnicity is allowed to bring any foreign army into Yoruba land. We will say the same thing to you in politics. We don't care who your friends are or how long you have known them or what you think is your own objective, or maybe you're just using them or they're using you. If your ideals, if your plans are inimical to the growth and progress of Yoruba people, you will be cast out into the pit of hell. And guess what? This was the problem is. You'll not be cast out, but you'll be prevented from taking advantage of what we have in Yoruba land. But guess what the problem really is? The person who will cast you into the pit of hell, is that your friend who is using you? The exact same way Ojukwu killed Victor Banjo, which will be the last session in this series, how Victor Banjo was tried and killed by Ojukwu. So your Yoruba boards, your helping people, all those things you are saying will not matter. It will not matter. And somebody wrote in the comment section, repeating Afoja's mistakes, exact. As a matter of fact, that name was repeated in the book by Nia Borishade, that, what Victor Banjo was doing was similar to what Afonja did. Opening the door to strangers in the name of one Nigeria is stupid. Respect everybody, love everybody. I don't care whether you're Hausa, Igbo, TV, Idoma, Ibibio. Yeah, we are all Nigerians. You are respected, but in this place, the politics of this place will never be open to you, but you can do well and you can flourish, but you cannot get here in politics. Okay? Because when that happens, what Ojukwu said to Victor Banjo is the plan. Ojukwu was not the first person to say it. They've been saying that since the 1940s. Let's learn so we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Thank you very much for listening to that. I hope you had a great time. We're going to bring people up now to share their thoughts, and then we'll move on from there. Please, because it's Friday, we'll stay. This is almost 7, which is too late, but don't worry. I'm glad we did this. So for those who are coming up, I promise the things I couldn't read today, I'm going to get into it on Monday, and then we'll have correct time to discuss, okay? Those who are trying to come up earlier, I'm going to bring you up now. Please, as soon as you come up, please mute yourself. And then we'll hear your thoughts. And let's try and limit it to 3 minutes. And then we'll close the session for today. Please. Please mute now. Bob Ejike, I'm actually older than how I look. I might be your dad's age mate like that, you don't know. So don't say young person like you're talking to your mate. I don't care how old you are, you may be 70, but what you just wrote now is actually very stupid. This is how you guys, this is how you guys, You come here saying that somebody is tribalistic because in history of Nigeria, you must be the only victims. Anybody who says anything contrary is tribalistic. You are dumb. And they say this thing to keep people quiet, like to shut you up. Oh, you are hating. You are tribalistic. You are a bigot. Tell a story now that everybody hates Igbos. You are the one. You are the best thing since sliced bread. We are telling you how not to repeat the mistakes of your parents, and you're literally still doing the same thing. Are you not supposed to grow up? But basically, I'm talking to you. Grow up. Your parents made the same mistake. You can't afford to make the same mistake. Your children need you to grow up. You're just growing older. Grow up. Take responsibility. Everybody made mistakes in the past. We Yoruba people made mistakes. Victor Banjo is one of us. We are talking about him. He made a terrible mistake, aligning with those who don't want the best for his people. We don't stand and say, "Don't talk about Victor Banjo." No. It was a saint. It was just giving. You are 64. You are not sounding like it. You can't be 64 and be writing this kind of thing to me. I'm sorry. And I may look 20. I'm over 40. 64 is still high, but don't come around me writing. How can somebody be young and be tribalistic? What kind of nonsense is that? Because you are 64 and so what? This is how they make people just listen to them and you can't say anything. We respect age, but we respect wisdom more. You can't be 64 and be writing this kind of thing to me on YouTube. You think you're talking to a child? Any narrative that is against what you are saying is tribalistic. And guess what? See the way I speak. Even when I'm reading, I'm trying to be careful. I'm trying to be considerate. But no, they don't. It's not about being considerate. What they're looking for is you to pander. If you don't pander, you're a bigot. When we're talking about Ojuku's parents, see how I was going round and round just to make sure that I don't, because I'm trying, because what I gain from insulting ethnic group, or just trying to, but no matter what I do, you still come and cry. And next person that speaks, I don't care if you are 70, 12 or 60, 10, I'm muting you. Let's listen to people here, Jare. No matter what I do, what is it now? Meanwhile, I've been in sessions where they will insult this guy from morning till night. All of them will be there, be looking like glucosate. Me, I'm even trying to shake in. You see, find a way to get somebody annoyed. In fact, you're not the one that got me annoyed. I wanted to be annoyed, and it's important for me to speak like this. This is not an extension of your beer parlor. With all due respect to your age, but please don't ever be mentioning somebody's. I've been following you for a while. You need to be more sensitive in your use of language. No. If you don't think this is sensitive, should I send you links? Maybe you should go and listen to some people. You don't want people to be sensitive. You want people to shut up. That's the problem. And no, it's not happening again. If you don't think this is sensitive enough, apparently I have to stop talking. I have to stop talking because that is your definition of being sensitive. So without due respect to your age, don't write that kind of thing. Maybe when you're talking to other people, but just because I don't talk like that doesn't mean that you can be writing nonsense and be saying I'm 64. I don't bloody care. I'm my brother's age mate. Let's go on. You're asking me to be sensitive with all of this thing I'm doing. How else? Wait, guys. Maybe people should advise me. How else am I going to be sensitive? What should I do? Don't read the books, or when I read the books, I should first stand up on my head and put my head down, put my leg up, just to say, oh, everybody, Mosheba, and now sit up and now say, oh yeah, let us read the A for apple, and now leave that one, now go to. You're not serious. The things that have not been said will be said. The best I can do is By the way, let me say this. The things I say are the things I feel can be said in public. There are things you find in the books that you cannot even mention in public because you know that it is too weighty. There are things you can't say. You will discover things you shut your mouth because anybody can take anything and twist it. When you now get the things you want to even say, self, you now have to say, okay, how do I say this in a way that people will get it, but they will know that I'm being respectful? But for you, that's not what you want. I can sacrifice the live session for you, self. You will still not. What you really want is for people not to say anything. But please, at your age, my brother. Thank you very much. With all due respect to your age, I respect old people, but I respect wisdom more. Let's see let's see action. And God bless you. Thank you very much for being here, but please don't write that kind of thing again on my page. God bless you. Thanks. Speaker Olaleko, please go on. See, I should be sensitive. I don't know what else to say to be sensitive. They will ask me questions. I'll be looking for a way to say it so I don't offend. You still say I should be sensitive. What else should I do? I should become mute, which will never happen, by the way. Meanwhile, let me tell you something. If you don't like this thing, please, I beg in the name of God. Everything that is good in your life will continue to be good in Jesus' name. If you don't like it, please just get out of the live session. I'm begging you. Please just leave. You don't like it, I get it. You don't have to like it. I understand, but please just go. I can't shut myself up to make you feel better. Your feelings have nothing to do with what I'm doing. You don't pay me. Even if you pay me, I still do not care about your feelings. All right. Olalekon is not available. Cinchin. Oh yeah. Olalekon, are you there? Cinchin, please, are you there? Good evening. Hello, Cinchin. Grace Loin.
Good evening, Uncle Busu.
Good evening, sir.
Firstly, I must say thank you for the session today. It was very packed. I just want to ask one question. I think I already said it. You did not address it at all. What do you say to the likes of Dele Farotimi?
See, Dele Farotimi is cut from the same cloth as Victor Banjo. He wants the best for Nigeria. He wrote a book, by the way. Okay. If anything trips off, please, YouTube, Facebook, just give me a... Are you sure? Okay, we're about to switch. Okay. Just a little. We're good now. I think we're good. Okay. So let me answer your question, sir. This is what I think.